Okay, Council, let's make a decision on our tribal chairman. If we want to.
It's not on the tribal chairman, it's on the council. The complaint, it's not on the tribal chairman, it's on the council.
Oh. Well, as far as looking at this complaint, it is on tribal council. And there's no
can the secretary read it for the public and then the action?
what's that, Ms. McBackiller?
I think that the tribal secretary should read it for the record to the public so the public will know exactly what complaint we're talking about.
Okay, the complaint that was submitted is, it says, to whom it may concern, this is a complaint against these council representatives. Chancey Wilson, Dwayne Yellowhawk, Ryan Jumping Eagle, Robin Tapio, Nikina Mills, Valentina Merdanian, Jackie Sears, Randy Laysbeth, Philip Goodcrow, Rich Greenwald, Glenn Gibbons, Craig Dillon, for not following the policies and procedures of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Constitution and bylaws and accepting an illegal complaint against Oglala Sioux Tribal President Julian Bearrunner. For the suspension of the Oglala Sioux Tribal President based on gossip, hearsay, rumors, slander, and lies. For attempting to influence the obstruction of Oglala Sioux Tribal law. There is no criminal complaint filed against President Bearrunner in the Oglala Sioux Tribal Court. Hilamayae, Helene Gaddy. This was submitted to the Secretary's office on August 26, 2020.
Well, tribal council, you have an understanding of that now. There was no kind of complaint against our tribal chairman. So how do you want to deal with this on a complaint on some of you council members?
The attorneys, will you give your opinion?
Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I would like to make that a motion to dismiss based upon the Mr. Gunn, the tribal attorney's opinion, because it will affect tribal government and shutting it down. So I would like to make that motion. And I would like to have his opinion in writing and probably given out to the public also.
Want him to say it for the record? Do you want him to say it for the record?
Mr. Gunn, you want to give us your opinion for the record? Mr. Gunn? I know you've already.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I was muted. I was talking, but I thought I was not on mute. The first thing I wanted to say is that you have 5 attorneys on the phone call, not just one, and that several of the attorneys advised the council during the executive session, and I'd welcome their input here too. What we discussed, the issue is that if you have a complaint that is against a majority of the elected representatives of the tribal council, in this case, a single complaint against 12 representatives, if that complaint were accepted, then those council representatives, by operation of Ordinance 4126, would be suspended pending an impeachment hearing, and the council would lose the ability to have a quorum. You have 21 representatives on the council, and so 14, 2/3 or 14 constitutes a quorum. So if you were to actually suspend 12 representatives, then you would only have 9 left, and the council would not be able to engage in business. One item of business they wouldn't be able to engage in is even setting a hearing or conducting a hearing on the complaint against the 12. So when you have a complaint that's against a majority of the sitting elected representatives of the council, if it's accepted, it can have the effect of shutting down the tribal council. This did happen one other time in recent memory, when a former chief judge of the tribal court filed a complaint on, I believe, every single representative. And I say I believe, I wasn't around and I haven't seen the papers. But my understanding is that at that time, if that complaint were to have been accepted, it would have had the effect of shutting down the tribal government. So the Tribal Law and Order Committee has drafted a new law going forward that would require a single complaint to be filed against a single elected official, so that separate votes could be run on each particular complaint. And so that if someone were to abstain from voting on a complaint that was directed against them, there would still be a quorum or a majority of the council to either accept the complaint or dismiss it. In this particular case, if the 12 representatives that are named in the complaint abstain from voting, that would only, 11 of them are present today, that would only leave 8 to actually vote on any council action. And Ordinance 4126 says that in order to accept a complaint, the concurrence of a majority of the council members present is required. And it uses the word present. You have 19 members present. And so if only 8 of them are voting, that will not be a majority of the 19 representatives who are present. I believe, but Lisa Adams can advise further, that in the Pat Lee case, it's possible that they ran the votes separately as to each named elected official. In other words, motion to accept the complaint as to elected official number 1, or motion to dismiss the complaint as to elected official number 1.
That's correct,
That way-
Mr. Gunn. That's the
And-
only
and-
way they could do it.
And that way, the official who's actually being named in the motion can abstain from voting, and the remaining officials, the remaining council representatives, can vote up or down on the complaint. And I want to stress for the members of the council and the listening public that the attorneys for the tribe we don't weigh in on the merits of a complaint. We don't have an opinion on whether a complaint should be accepted because it states a valid basis for removing an elected official. We simply advise on the procedure, and that's what we're trying to do here. It's a very unique situation in which a single complaint names a majority of the tribal council representatives, and we're not aware of any prior case in which a complaint has been accepted against a majority of the tribal council representatives, because if it were, it would shut the tribal council down. So I think every elected council representative has to decide how they will vote and whether they will abstain from voting if a motion affects a complaint made against them personally. The one approach would be to actually run 12 motions, motion to accept or reject the complaint as to elected official number 1, then number 2, then number 3, and so on. But I'll defer. I hope that answers your question, Council Representative Janice, and I will defer to the other attorneys. Mr. Chair, since no one's jumping in, I did want to say that we received this complaint very close in time to the tribal council meeting, and if the council wants us to prepare a written opinion, we will do that. We will. And if the council wants to defer action until they can have a legal opinion, we will do it right now. We will do it today. We will try to get it to you as quickly as we can. If your meeting goes into tomorrow, then that will give us a little bit more time. But if you want to defer action until you can have our opinion in writing, we will do that. And there is value in having an opinion in writing. It protects the person who relies on the opinion, in this case, a tribal council representative, because they can say, here's the advice I got, and it's in writing. And it also, to some extent, protects the person giving the advice, because they can say, this is the advice I gave, not some other advice. So we're happy to do that too. This is a very unique situation. It's a complicated situation because, again, if a complaint like this were ever accepted, it would have the effect of shutting the government down. So if you want to defer your action until we can give you a written legal opinion, then we will work on it right now and we'll get it to you as quickly as we can.
No, thank you for sharing that with us, Mr. Gunn. And I feel council should wait on a legal opinion from our tribal attorneys. Right now, I have Helen Gaddy who wants the floor. Which I could give her, but I feel we need to deal with the issue and get an opinion from the lawyers. But
Mr. Chair, I have a comment.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Robin. I guess I'm kind of a little bit baffled by the lawyer's opinion, and I don't understand why we do this individually when collectively it's a complaint on a group of individuals. So I don't see how that plays out, I guess, and maybe that could be included in the opinion that they draft. The other thing is that this is not a hearing, Mr. Chair, so I don't think we should allow the complainant to state her case. We've seen the complaint, and it's either accept or not. So, thank you. That's my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Tapio. I've been asked to run the vote, but I've never got any
comment, Chair.
Mr. Goodrow.
You know what? I think due to the complexity of the issue involved here and what Mr. Gunn and some of the other attorneys that are present and given their, I think we should wait for their written letter to us and then vote on the issue, because to me, I think if we go ahead and accept it, you know, all of us would have to abstain. That's the way I think. And I think that wait for Mr. Gunn's opinion, written opinion, and then we'll go ahead and vote on the issue, because I think we need to do each one singly, not as a group. Thank you.
Well, we need a motion.
Yeah, so I'll change my motion to defer until we get that letter in the opinion in writing from the attorney.
Comment.
I have somebody asking to make a comment, Mr. Greenwald, and then I'll go ahead and put that motion. Go ahead, Mr. Greenwald.
You know, I don't think there's no reason to be waiting for the opinion. It's just an opinion. It's not tied to a legal act of a court or anything like that. It's just an opinion. We all heard from our attorneys while we were in executive session. They talked about it just a little bit ago. The route to do this, Valerie, is by doing it. Just do it by individual, so that every council rep will be able to vote, except for when it comes to them, they recuse themselves in that vote. That's the best way just to get through this. Otherwise, you know what, you guys plan on being here all week. And you know what's so frustrating about this? This is all about a vote. As a council representative, I have a right to vote for my community, and it was just to accept the complaint. You know, and anybody has a right to file a complaint if they have legitimate purpose or legitimate complaint. In this complaint, there's allegations that this was all gossip and hearsay. How do you know? Were you there? Complainant? Was the complainant there and witnessed all this? Was the complainant wherever this happened at? No, she wasn't. She doesn't know if this happened or not. This is exactly what happened in the Dr. Weber case. Individuals brought information to people, and guess what? They covered it up. Oh, we can't act on it. We can't do this. We can't do that. Years of abuse to our minors. This is exactly what happened. You don't know. You weren't there. And that's what this hearing is to be set up for. And that's what the process is for. And that's what we voted for. It is our right to vote for complaints like this. And I think as an individual, all of us have a right to vote on this individually. When it comes to the complaint on me, I will recuse myself.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I wanted to make one correction, which was suggested to me by the treasurer, and I thank him for it. Earlier, I said that if a complaint were accepted on a majority of the council, it could have the effect of shutting the government down. And the treasurer was correct to remind me that other arms of the government may, be able to continue to act, including the executive committee and the different, obviously, the programs, the departments. So my statement should have been more precise, which is if 12 members of the council were suspended, if a complaint were accepted and they were suspended, it would impair the ability of the tribal council to function. And it would arguably shut the tribal council down. So I should have been more precise, and I thank the treasurer for that.
Chairman, we should just go individually.
What time is your group go?
When we vote, we should go individually, each individual, 12 that are named on the complaint.
I think there was a motion filed a few minutes ago. Who made that motion?
Right now, we have a motion by Valerie Janice to dismiss the complaint and then to defer until the opinion from the attorney, the written opinion from the attorney, and seconded by Cora Whitehorse.
She amended the dismissing motion to defer until the legal opinion comes
To
back.
defer the complaint until the legal opinion comes back in written.
Okay, I'm gonna accept that motion. Second by Ms. Whitehorse. Roll call. Mr. Yellowhawk.
Let's vote on this matter. As we always say, if we have a complaint, vote to accept or not. That's our purpose. And that's the only thing we need to do on this complaint. Either accept it or not. And that's the procedure we've been following for ages. It seems to me like we change every time we have a complaint. Who's to say I'm going to come back and file a complaint against everybody tomorrow? And are we going to discuss this for 2 days before we make a decision? Let's handle this matter accordingly.
Jimmy Inks.
Yes.
Dwayne Yellowhawk.
Yes.
Garfield Apple.
Yes.
Glenn Giddens.
Yes.
Lydia Bearkiller.
Yes.
James Cross.
Yes.
Vincent Tulance.
Yes.
Craig Dillon.
No.
Cora Whitehorse.
Yes.
Valerie Janice.
Yes.
Valentina Merdanian.
Not voting, abstain.
Ryan Jumping Eagle.
I'll abstain too.
Oh, Little White Man.
No.
Pansy Wilson.
Abstain.
Philip Goodcrow.
Abstain.
Randy Laysbad.
Abstain.
Richard Greenwald.
Not voting.
Nikina Mills.
Abstain.
Robin Tapio.
Abstain.
We have a vote of 9 yes, 2 no, 7 abstain, and 1 not voting. And then looking at this, We don't have a 2/3.
No, no, for
It's
this one.
majority.
What?
It needs majority.
Oh, it needed majority. So, by the vote here, it will wait until an opinion from our attorneys. And that's the way it goes. So now we'll move on.
Amazing.
Can we get, Emma on the floor, cause she's here now for transit?
I know I was,
Yeah, she was.
discussed to have Emma first on the agenda, so you have the floor.
You want to pass it out?
Sure. Mr. Yellowhawk.
I'll make a motion to recess until we get opinion from the attorney.
Ms. Whitehorse.
We have been waiting for a council meeting for a week. We have so many issues on the agenda, and I don't think a complaint should trump all the business of the tribe. We already asked for a deferral until a legal opinion is received. So I think we need to continue with business, and I motion to table his motion.
Chair, I'm afraid to vote right now. I might get impeached for voting. I'm afraid to vote right now. This is ridiculous. If I vote, am I going to be impeached? Am I have a complaint on me because I vote?
Well, do you have that right to vote or not to vote? And I know, that motion was made, even though we have Emma here. But, I'm gonna have to run that motion. It was a motion by Mr. Yellowhawk, second by Mr. Dillon.
So table the recess.
We do have a tabling motion on the floor right now. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Whitehorse, second by Mr. Meeks. So I'm gonna run the tabling motion.
Jim Meeks? Dwayne Yellowhawk?
No.
Garfield Apple?
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons?
Yes.
Lydia Bearkiller?
Yes.
James Cross?
Yes.
Vincent Tulance?
Yes.
Craig Dillon?
No.
Cora Whitehorse?
Yes.
Valerie Janice?
Yes.
Valentina Merdanian?
Yeah.
Ryan Jumping Eagle?
No.
Bo Little White Man?
No.
Chancey Wilson?
No.
Philip Goodcrow?
Yes.
Randy Laisbeth?
No.
Richard Greenwald?
No.
Nikina Mills?
Yeah.
Robin Tapio?
No.
Yeah, tabling motion failed.
We have a vote of 9 yes, 10 no. The motion table, the tabling motion failed.
Now we have a motion to recess and get the opinion from the attorney.
Ms. Whitehorse, you had your hand up.
You know, we have a lot of business to take care of, a lot of time-sensitive issues that need to be dealt with. And holding things up in the name of not holding things up is a little ridiculous. I understand the frustration of the complaint, but we need to carry on with business. That's what we're here for. We need to take care of this stuff, and when whatever happens, then that happens. But we need to carry on with business because we have so much that needs to get done.
Yeah, I understand that, Ms. Whitehorse. Ms. Berkele?
You know, we heard the opinion from the attorneys, and there should be no reason why they should have that opinion in front of us within 5 minutes. I mean, it was already discussed. It was pointed out point by point. All he needs to do is email it to the secretary, and then we could vote on that to dismiss that complaint, because that's the motion that's on the floor. And then move forward with business, because I agree too. I came here because I needed the home repairs done, and the programs needing their resolutions for funding. You know, those are important issues that the tribe needs to continue with. So I believe that we need to have Mr. Gunn send that opinion. We discussed it, they discussed it point by point, and we should have it within minutes. We give them, those are our attorneys, and we pay them good money for their opinions. And so I think we need that now. And I believe that they should vote one by one on dismissing the complaint, because that's the motion that's on the floor. But I have people that are like everybody else in the district. We have people that need help today. And the home repairs, those should have been done. We need those approval by this body in order for that service to get out there to home repairs for the people from the storm damages. And like Mr. Gunn said, all the government was shut down. There's going to be no way we could act on business. And so we need to really think about that too, as the business side of the, and to recess or to, you know, set it aside. There's a lot of emergencies out there. But and the other part that I'd like to say is that I'm not going to be a scapegoat. You know, when complaints come forward, those complaints are here. We just, you know, act on them. But to say that side and this side, there should be no sides here. And if we're labeled on that side or this side or whatever, you know, I think we need to clear that, and that we be fair to everybody. Everybody deserves a due process and their right to be heard. So that's for the record. Thank you.
We do have a motion to recess until we get an opinion from our attorneys. So I'm going to go ahead and run this recess. It doesn't mean we're going to recess for hours or days or whatever, you know. But there is an opinion, there is a motion on the floor. And I do have Jennifer Bear Eagle. So I'll wait on her, and then I'm going to run this motion.
Thank you. I just like to clarify that the opinion that we're doing, it's going to be an opinion from the legal department as a whole. It's really not an opinion just from Mr. Gunn. So if I could just please clarify that to everyone, that it's not, I don't want to see it framed as Mr. Gunn's opinion when really it's an opinion from the legal department as a whole. And we'll certainly work on drafting it. It does take a bit more than 5 minutes, but we'll do our best.
Thank you, Ms. Bear Eagle. I'm going to run that motion now.
Jimmy?
To recess until we get an opinion from the attorney. They didn't give us an opinion yet.
The written opinion.
A written opinion.
Wayne Yellowhawk,
Yes.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
No.
Lydia Bearkiller,
No. No.
James Cross,
No.
Vincent Tulens,
No.
Craig Gillen, Cora Whitehorse,
No.
Valerie Janice,
No.
Valentino Merdanian,
Uh-huh.
Ryan Jumping Eagle,
No.
Bo Little White Man,
No.
Nancy Wilson,
No.
Philip Kimbrough,
No.
Randy Laisbeck,
No.
Richard Greenwald, Nikita Mills,
Yeah.
Robin Tapio,
No.
We have a vote of 4 yes, 13 no, 2 not voting. That motion failed. So I'm gonna move on and, give Emma the floor. It's all yours, girl.
Thank you. I've been in both committees, E and BD, which is my standing committee, and to finance with the ordinance. And one of the things that we had to do to make it an ordinance is because of the 10% indirect cost rate for this grant. And these are our COVID funds that we're receiving from the Federal Transit Administration. In the amount of $765,799. This will allow us to pay for the administrative leave and fringe benefits for all of our employees and any other transit-related or COVID-related activities that occur within our program. One of the things that we want to do with some of these funds is to purchase barriers in our buses for the bus drivers and for the passengers. So when we do start back up, we'll have those barriers up, and it'll help with the protection of not only our bus drivers, but the rest of our staff and the passengers that ride the transit. So I want to thank you for taking a look at this, for the committees for approving it, and now here at full tribal council. So do I need to read this? Okay. So it says the ordinance of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and unincorporated tribe. Ordinance of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council approving and accepting the Federal Transit Administration's fiscal year 2020 CARES Act Section 5311C, public transportation on Indian Reservation formula apportionment to the Oglala Sioux Tribe in the amount of $765,799 with an approved 10% indirect cost rate to be administered by the Oglala Sioux Transit Program. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopted its constitution and bylaws by referendum vote on December 14th, 1935, in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 U.S.C. subsection 123, and under Article 3 of the Oglala Sioux Tribe Constitution, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas Article 4, Section 1W of the Tribal Constitution empowers the Tribal Council to adopt laws protecting and promoting the health and welfare of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its membership. And whereas Article 4, Sections 1F and 1M of the Tribal Constitution empower the Tribal Council to manage all economic affairs and enterprises of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. and to protect and preserve the prosperity of the tribe. And whereas Congress enacted several laws responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, including the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, CARES Act, Public Law 116-136, March 27th, 2020, and appropriated, $25 billion to help the nation's public transportation systems to respond to the COVID-19 global pandemic. And whereas CARES funding will be dispersed through the Federal Transit Administration, FTA, apportionments to its urbanized area, Section 5307, and rural formula, Section 5311 programs. And whereas FTA stated that such funding will be provided at 100% federal share with no local match required and will be available to support capital, operating, and other expenses generally eligible under these programs to prepare for, and respond to COVID-19. Operating expenses incurred beginning on January 20th, 2020 for all rural and urban recipients, even those in large urban areas, are also eligible, including operating expenses to maintain transit services, as well as paying for administrative leave for transit personnel due to reduced operations during an emergency. And whereas the Economic and Business Development Committee of the Oglala Sioux Tribe is a standing committee for the Oglala Sioux Transit Program and recommended on July 11th, 2020, the approval and acceptance of the FTA's fiscal year 2020 CARES Act, Section 5311C, Public Transportation on Indian Reservation Formula Apportionment. See attached FTA Table 4 to the Oglala Sioux Tribe in the amount of $765,799 with an approved 10% IDC rate to be forwarded on to the Finance Committee for approval. And whereas the Finance Committee of the Oglala Sioux Tribe did recommend on August 6, 2020, the approval and acceptance of FTA's fiscal year 2020 CARES Act, Section 5311C, Public Transportation on Indian Reservation Formula Apportionment, see attached FTA Table 4 to the Oglala Sioux Tribe in the amount of $765,799 with an approved 10% IDC rate to be forwarded on to the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council for approval and acceptance. And whereas, according to Super Circular 2 CFR subsection 200.414C1, subject to limited exceptions, the negotiated rates must be accepted by all federal awarding agencies. The Tribal Transit Formula Program 5311C does not fall within one of the limited exceptions. Therefore, if the Oglala Sioux Tribe chooses to use a lower indirect cost rate, authorization must be received from the Tribal Council for the use of a lower indirect cost rate. And whereas the Oglala Sioux Transit Program is currently funded by the tribe's Department of Transportation and the Federal Transit Administration to operate a deviated fixed route rural transit system on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. And whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council now seeks to exercise its authority under Article 4, Sections 1F, 1K, 1M, and 1W of the Tribal Constitution to approve and accept the Federal Transit Administration's fiscal year 2020 Section 5311C, Public Transportation on Indian Reservation Formula Apportionment Award to the Oglala Sioux Tribe in the amount of $765,799 with an approved 10% IDC rate. And now therefore be it ordained, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe approves and accepts the Federal Transit Administration's fiscal year 2020 CARES Act, Section 5311C, Public Transportation on Indian Reservation Formula Apportionment, see attached Table 4 to the Oglala Sioux Tribe in the amount of $765,799 with an approved 10% IDC rate to be administered by the Oglala Sioux Transit Program. Be it further ordained that the President of the Oglala Sioux Tribe is authorized to sign all documents necessary for the execution of this grant award and may also assign or delegate a representative to sign appropriate documents. The President is also empowered to negotiate with the U.S. Department of Transportation's Federal Transit Administration to approve any changes in the original application as necessary. Do I do the certification part too? Okay.
Motion.
Thank you. Motion by Philip Goodcrow, seconded by Cora Whitehorse. Roll call. Jim Meeks.
Yep.
Dwayne Yellowhawk.
Yes.
Garfield Apple.
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons.
Yes.
Lydia Bearkiller. I didn't hear.
Yes.
James Cross.
Yes.
Vincent Tulance.
Yes.
Craig Dillon. Cora Whitehorse.
Yes.
Valerie Janice.
Yes.
Valentina Merdanian. Ryan Jumping Eagle.
Yes.
Bo Little White Man.
Yes.
Nancy Wilson. Chancey Wilson. Philip Goodcrow.
Yes.
Randy Laisband.
Yes.
Richard Greenwald. Richard Greenwald. Nikina Mills.
Huh.
Robin Tapio.
Yes.
Chancey, did you want to vote?
Yeah. Mine's yes.
I have 17 yes, 2 not voting, motion carried. 18 yes, 1 not voting.
Yeah, whoever can send it to me.
Something, yeah.
Because I just checked my emails and I haven't got it from anybody.
Okay. Something a text.
Okay.
That's all that was moved to the front. Right?
Yeah, that was all.
So number 6 on the agenda is economic and business development. Number 7, correction.
Can you read it? Is there a resolution, Jennifer?
No resolution was passed on the
Employment agreement.
See that, check your letter. It has your motion on it.
This is the, motion by Mason Bigcrow, second by Jennifer Spotted Bear to rescind the resolution 20-64XB approving the employment agreement between the Oglala Sioux Tribe and Tyrell Pierce due to the amount of $80,000. Oglala Sioux Tribal Council for approval. We forwarded on from executive board because we can only approve up to $75,000. And I can read the resolution.
Okay.
Resolution of the executive committee, which will be changed to the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council, approving the employment agreement between the Oglala Sioux Tribe and Tyrell Pierce beginning July 20th, 2020 and ending July 20th, 2021. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopted its constitution and bylaws by referendum vote on December 14th, 1935 in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 U.S.C. subsection 5123. Excuse me. And under Article 3 of the Constitution, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas pursuant to the Constitution and bylaws of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council exercises legislative powers to enact and promulgate resolutions and ordinances. And Article 4, Section 1F authorizes the Tribal Council to manage all economic affairs and enterprises of the tribe. And Article 4, Section 1W authorizes the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council to adopt laws protecting and promoting the health and general welfare of the Oglala Sioux tribe and its membership. And whereas Article 4, Section 1B empowers the tribal council to regulate the conduct of trade, which includes the approve of consultant, engineer, and construction contracts of the tribe for tribal construction projects. And whereas Article 13, Section 6 of the Tribal Constitution empowers the Tribal Executive Committee to act on behalf of the Tribal Council when the Tribal Council is non-session and shall be in charge of all routine matters that arise during such recess, including such other matters as may be delegated to it by the Tribal Council. And whereas the tribe enacted ordinance number 17-24, July 6, 2017, to establish a reservation construction project known as the 7 Years for 7 Generations project. And whereas the 7 Years for 7 Generations project is a construction project to upgrade 18 reservation community drinking water systems on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, so they could be transferred to the Oglala Sioux Rural Water Supply System. Reservation water delivery system in accordance with the Bureau Reclamation construction standards and to be covered congressional appropriations for the OM&R of the OSRWSS Reservation Water Delivery System. And whereas the 7 Years for 7 Generations project is in need of a project manager to carry out the necessary requirements for the construction project. And whereas the Oglala Sioux tribe believes that that Tyrell Pierce has the requisite education and experience to assist the tribe in completing the construction of the 18 community drinking water systems upgrades in accordance with its agreement with the United States Department of Agricultural Rural Development. And whereas ordinance number 17-24, section 3B provides that all consultants and the project engineer and attorney shall be independent contractors and shall be hired on a year-to-year contract approved by the ENBD committee and the OST executive committee. And whereas the Economic and Business Development Committee has determined that the project manager position should be political appointed contract position with the Oglala Sioux tribe under the OST Planning Office. And whereas a duly called meeting on July 10th, 2020, the OST Economic and Business Development Committee approved the attached employment agreement between the Oglala Sioux tribe and Tyrell Pierce, and has recommended that the Executive Committee approve the agreement pursuant to Section 3B of the ordinance, number 17-24. And whereas the Executive Committee agrees with the foregoing recommendation of the Economic and Business Development Committee and has determined that it is in the best interest of the Oglala Sioux tribe to approve the attachment employment agreement for 7 years for a 7 Years for 7 Generations project manager within the OST Planning Office. Now therefore be it resolved that the Oglala Sioux Tribal Executive Committee, pursuant to the authority delegated to it by the Article 13, Section 6 of the Tribal Constitution and Tribal Council Ordinance number 17-24, Section 3B, hereby approves the employment agreement between the Oglala Sioux tribe and Tyrell Pierce in the amount of $80,000 per annum for a 1-year period beginning on July 20th, 2020 and ending July 20th, 2021, with a copy of which is attached hereto and incorporated herein by reference. And be it further resolved that such employment agreement shall be paid from the following fund, 7 Years for 7 Generations project. And be it further resolved that the tribal president or vice president are hereby authorized to sign documents necessary to execute the employment agreement hereby approved. Certification.
Motion. Is that a motion?
Second. I got a comment.
Who made that motion?
James
I did.
and then Garfield.
Okay.
Oh, comment.
Okay, Cora.
Is this contract supposed to be retro to when the committee actually approved it? Because he started that already, right?
Right. James?
Yes, it was supposed to, but maybe Jennifer Barrigo can answer that question, because I know that his contract, I don't know where his contract was, but it didn't reach the executive board. I just want to make a comment on that process on going from the EBD committee to executive board, and this follows the ordinance on the rural water projects or contracts. There's an ordinance in place where, regardless of the threshold, that all executive board can approve of these contracts. And so this same the 7 years, 7 generations kind of it follows that ordinance. So nothing gets held up. Any projects or contracts don't get held up. And so executive board could have passed this, but maybe not familiar with that ordinance. They kicked it back to tribal council. But he should get retro, because I know he was tracking his contract down, and it was probably a month or 2 months that even before it got approved. So I agree that it needs to be retro.
Yes, this is Jennifer. I understand that I recall that in ENBD, that was the motion, that it be retroactive.
Okay, so one of the other issues is we didn't see the grants committee approval on that either. And so I asked Dean and stuff where that actually is. They actually have them now, and there's a few changes that they needed to make before it was approved. But James, yeah, you're right that there was a threshold of 75,000. We didn't have that. As far as I know, it wasn't carried over to the 7 year, 7 generation. It was just specifically to that rural water, the pipeline issue. And if it was supposed to be changed from there, then maybe this body needs to change that ordinance to reflect the 7 year, 7 generation as well.
Maybe could entertain another motion after this one to do that, or maybe we'll just take it back to committee and we'll bring it back next. Motion to approve.
Mr. Chair, I have a question or comment.
Yeah, Garfield.
I have Mr. Apple, and then who was asking?
I seconded it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, got you, Garfield.
Yeah, I just made the second on James's motion.
Joy, you alive? Robin. Go ahead, Robin.
Go ahead, Ms. Tapio.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and Madam Secretary. So did this go through finance? Because I didn't have any recollection of this individual being hired in this capacity. And James, you know as well as I do that there were many years in the past when I've gone to DC with other delegations and congressional people, council people to solicit money for this project. So I'm kind of blindsided here by this selection. And when did this happen? If somebody could bring me up to speed on it, I wasn't even aware that they were selecting for this particular position. Thank you.
Robin, it came to committee, and then Tyrell worked on this project after Pope left, and then he did assist Pope when Pope was when Pope was in that position. And so when Pope left, and Tyrell assumed that responsibility, but then he went back to the executive chief of staff office, and then came back, and the program it's really important, especially for getting those community upgrades to our people. And so the more it gets stalled, the more we disrupt services to our people. And so it's already been status quo for, and so I think any more further delays will just hurt services to our people. So with Kyrell having that knowledge and he was the best candidate for that position, and to put somebody new in there, they would have to they would have to learn the whole program and everything, the whole process and stuff. So I think this was the best thing for the tribe to move in that direction. And so the committee did have a lot of discussion on this, and we did have another person in mind, but Kyrell showed interest in it, that he gave up his position for that. So without further ado, we'll move forward with this. And so I don't think it blindsided anybody, So
Well, as a member committee, Mr. Chair, that's what I'm asking. I don't recall this coming through there. Perhaps I missed that meeting, Cora. I don't know. But the Pine Ridge Village has a very high vested interest in this project, James, as we are one of the ones that have not been serviced yet, So that's why I'm asking these questions, James. Thank you.
Mr. Cross, you still have a motion on the floor?
Yep, I do.
And I think we have a second somewhere.
By Garfield Apple.
Oh, by Garfield Apple. Before I run that motion, I'll go ahead and hear Ms. Whitehorse. Then I'm gonna run the motion.
I realize that Tyrell has been in this position for a while, and I understand that he's capable and we need to move forward. But the grants committee does have several questions that are unanswered. Like, is he a contractor or is he a contracted employee? Because there is a legal difference. And that is not defined. So I'm gonna make a motion to table and send it back to grants committee to present at finance.
I'll second that motion, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, we got a tabling motion by Ms. Whitehorse, second by Ms. Tapio. Roll call.
Jim Meeks,
No.
Dwayne Yellowhawk,
No.
Garfield Apple,
No.
Glenn Gibbons,
No.
Lydia Bearkiller,
No.
James Cross,
No.
Vincent Tulance,
No.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valerie Janice,
No.
Philip Goodcrow,
No.
sorry. Valentina Merdanian,
Yeah.
Ryan Jumping Eagle,
No.
Bo Little White Man,
No.
Chancey Wilson,
No.
Randy Laisbeth,
No.
Richard Greenwald, Nikina Mills, Robin Tapio,
Yes.
We have a vote of 4 yes, 14 no, and 1 not voting. Tabling motion failed. So I'll go ahead and run, Mr. Cross. Your motion, seconded by Mr. Apple. Roll call.
Jim Meeks, Dwayne Yellowhawk,
Yes.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbon,
Yes.
Lydia Bearkiller,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes.
Vincent Tulance,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse,
No.
Valerie Janice,
Not voting.
Valentina Merdanian.
Can you please clarify the motion?
This is the ENBD motion to approve Tyrell Pierce contract and retro payment.
Yeah.
Ryan Jumping Eagle.
Yes.
Oh, Little White Man.
Yes.
Nancy Wilson.
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow.
Yes.
Randy Laisbeck.
Yes.
Richard Greenwald. Richard Greenwald. Nikita Mills.
Yeah.
Robin Tapio.
No.
We have a vote of 13 yes, 4 no, 2 not voting. Motion carried. Moving on, Council. Finance,
Number 9 on the agenda.
number 9 on the agenda.
Thank you. Ordinance of the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe establishing the Oglala Sioux Tribe COVID-19 Home Repair Emergency Assistance Program for tribal members living in uninhabitable or substandard housing that presents an increased risk of COVID-19 transmission or inability to quarantine as a result of the COVID-19 public health emergency. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopted its constitution and bylaws by referendum vote on December 14th, 1935 in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934. And under Article 3 of the Constitution, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas Article 4, Section 1F of the Constitution of the Oglala Sioux Tribe authorizes the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council to manage all economic affairs and enterprises of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And Article 4, Section 1W authorizes the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council to adopt laws protecting and promoting the health and general welfare of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its membership. Whereas on March 10th, 2020, the president of the Oglala Sioux Tribe declared a state of emergency for the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, and thereafter, the Tribal Council affirmed the President's declaration of a state of emergency on the reservation due to the coronavirus disease 2019 global pandemic. And whereas in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the risk posed to the health and general welfare of the residents of the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, as well as those who live nearby and work on the reservation, the Oglala Sioux Tribe established a COVID-19 task force to address the pandemic, activated its emergency management plan, and enacted several ordinances and resolutions to address the COVID-19 pandemic, and to take public health precautions for prevention and containment of COVID-19 on the reservation, including but not limited to a shelter-in-place ordinance, curfew ordinance, and public health checkpoint ordinance. And whereas Congress enacted several laws responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, including the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, EL 116-136, which established a coronavirus relief fund and appropriated $150 billion to it for FY 2020, of which $8 billion is reserved for tribal governments. And whereas the CARES Act states that the tribal government may use CRF payments to cover only those costs of the tribal government that, 1, are necessary expenditures incurred due to a public health emergency with respect to the coronavirus disease 2019, 2, were not accounted for in the budget most recently approved as of the date of enactment of this section for the government, and 3, were incurred during the period that begins on March 1st, 2020 and ends on December 30th, 2020. 42 USC subsection 801D. And whereas on April 22nd, 2020, the U.S. Department of Treasury issued Coronavirus Relief Fund guidance for state, territorial, local, and tribal governments and updated it since on May 4th, 2020, the Treasury Department issued Coronavirus Relief Fund frequently asked questions and updated since. And whereas the OGLALA Sioux Tribe refers to the most recent Treasury guidance and FAQ in effect at the time of this ordinance. And whereas the Treasury guidance and Treasury's FAQs identify non-exclusive categories and examples of eligible expenditures under the CRF, including expenditures in the areas of medical expense, public health expense, payroll expense, public health measure expense, and economic support expenses and other COVID-19 related expenses reasonably necessary to the function of the tribal government that satisfy the CRF's eligibility criteria. And whereas the CRF funds have been released to the tribal governments, including the OGLALA Sioux Tribe, and whereas on May 16, 2020, the Tribal Council adopted resolution number 20-106 approving COVID-19 budget priorities for the CRF payment. And whereas on the Tribal Council of the OGLALA Sioux Tribe enacted ordinance number 20-43 to adopt the OGLALA Sioux Tribe Coronavirus Relief Fund payment budget, and further amended by ordinance number 20-48. And whereas the Tribal Council continues to work on the CRF payment budget to ensure that it meets the needs of the OGLALA Sioux Tribe and its citizens during the COVID-19 public health emergency. And whereas the Treasury's guidance states that the CRF monies can be used for expenses of actions to facilitate compliance with COVID-19 related public health measures. And whereas the Treasury's guidance states that eligible expenses include expenses for quarantining individuals. And whereas Treasury's guidance states that eligible expenses include expenses for care for homeless populations provided to mitigate COVID-19 effects and enable compliance with COVID-19 public health precautions. And whereas Treasury's FAQs provide recipient tribes discretion in providing emergency financial assistance to individual and families directly impacted by a loss of income due to COVID-19 public health emergency, so long as the tribe determines that such assistance is a necessary expenditure. And whereas the Treasury's FAQs provide recipient tribes discretion in determining how to tailor such assistance programs established in response to the COVID-19 public health emergency. And whereas there is an immediate extreme housing crisis on the Pine Ridge Reservation, where Oglala Lakota citizens often live in uninhabitable and substandard housing. And whereas the Oglala Lakota citizens living in uninhabitable and substandard housing lack access to plumbing, adequate ventilation, physical barriers, and working appliances. And whereas in recognition that the plumbing, adequate ventilation, physical barriers, and working appliances contribute to mitigating the transmission of COVID-19, facilitate the quarantining of those infected with COVID-19, and facilitate compliance with the public health measures enacted to respond to COVID-19, such as the shelter-in-place ordinance. The Tribal Council desires to establish a grant program to provide financial assistance to repair housing for the tribe's citizens living in uninhabitable, substandard, and overcrowded housing using monies provided to the tribe from the Coronavirus Relief Fund. And whereas on August 13th, 2020, by motion and vote, the Finance Committee approved a COVID-19 home repair emergency assistance program to be funded by the tribe's CRF fund. And whereas the Tribal Council agrees with the foregoing recommendations of the Finance Committee and has determined that this grant program complies with the requirements of the CARES Act and guidance issued by the Treasury Department. as of the date of this ordinance, and it is in the best interest of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its members to adopt this ordinance. Now, therefore be it ordained, the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe hereby creates the Oglala Sioux Tribe COVID-19 Home Repair Emergency Assistance Program in order to provide home repairs to uninhabitable or substandard housing the Oglala Sioux Tribe deems necessary in its efforts to prepare for, prevent, and respond to the COVID-19 public health emergency, including compliance with public health measures. Be it further ordained that the Tribal Council will fund the COVID-19 Home Repair Assistance Program with $1 million from its Coronavirus Relief Fund. Be it further ordained that the Tribal Council hereby amends Ordinance Number 20-48 to establish a line item for COVID-19 Home Repair Assistance Program in the amount of $1 million and reduces the line item for tribally owned Small Business Grant Program by the aforementioned amount of $1 million. Be it further ordained that the Tribal Council directs that the COVID-19 Home Repair Assistance Program funds be divided pro rata to the districts based on the number of Tribal Council representatives for the district as follows. Number 1, Eagle Nest, 95,238. Number 2, Lake Creek, 95,238. Number 3, Medicine Root, 142,857. Number 4, Oglala, 95,238. Number 5, Pass Creek, 95,238. Number 6, Pine Ridge, 142,857. Number 7, Porcupine, 95,238. Number 8, Wakbomni, 142,857. Number 9, Wounded Knee, 95,238. Be it further ordained that the Tribal Council directs the districts to use the COVID-19 Home Repair Assistance Program funds to conduct home repairs under the COVID-19 Home Repair Assistance Program or to make arrangements for the completion of the same, and that it is understood that it is the district's responsibility to ensure the completion of the home repairs under the assistance program. Be it further ordained that the COVID-19 Response Initiative Director will oversee the expenditure of the COVID-19 Home Repair Assistance Program funds by the districts. Be it further ordained that the Tribal Council has determined that for purposes of the Home Repair Assistance Program, eligible applicants are Oglala Sioux tribal citizens living in uninhabitable or substandard housing within the boundaries of the Pine Ridge Reservation. Be it further ordained that there is a cap on the assistance received for any particular house in the amount of $3,000. No applicant may receive assistance for more than one household, and no household may include more than one applicant. Be it further ordained, any request for financial assistance from the COVID-19 Home Repair Assistance Program shall be made by completing a written application on a form that shall be substantially the same as the document included here as Exhibit 1, and submitting the application along with any supporting documents as required by such application to the respective district service center, which shall forward applications to the COVID-19 Response Initiative Director. Be it further ordained that the COVID-19 Response Initiative Director is authorized to approve applications that meet the requirements of the assistance program as described in Exhibit A, provided that if the Tribal Council representative requests consultation with the Director about applications within that representative's district, the Director shall consult with the representative prior to approving applications. Be it further ordained that upon approval of this application, the Treasurer is authorized to issue funds from the assistance program to the department or the contractor conducting home repairs under the grant program. Be it further ordained that the COVID-19 Home Repair Assistance Program shall automatically end on December 30th, 2020, and no applications shall be funded after that date. The COVID-19 Home Repair Assistance Program may end prior to December 30th, 2020 if all funds are expended. Be it further ordained that this ordinance shall take effect immediately and shall supersede, repeal, and replace all prior inconsistent laws of the OGLALA Sioux Tribe. Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
I did.
Second, you're gonna.
Second, Lydia.
Tina,
We got a motion by Cora, second by Lydia. Oh, okay. Roll call.
Jim Meeks. Dwayne Yellowhawk.
Yes.
Garfield Apple.
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons.
Yes.
Lydia Bearkiller.
Yes.
James Cross.
Yes.
Vincent Tullins.
Yes.
Craig Dillon.
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse.
Yes.
Valerie Janice.
Yes.
Valentina Merdanian.
uh-huh.
Ryan Jumping Eagle.
Yes.
Bo Little White Man.
Yeah.
Nancy Wilson.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Randy Laisbeth.
Yes.
Richard Greenwald. Nikina Mills.
Huh.
Robin Tapia.
Yes.
We have a vote of 18 yes, 1 not voting. Motion carried.
Thank you, Council.
Plan Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we got a couple, 3 resolutions. If we could have the secretary read the first one.
Resolution of the Tribal Council of the OGLALA Sioux Tribe directing that the referendum vote be held during the 2020 OGLALA Sioux Tribe's election on the return of 1,300,000 acres of federal lands in the Black Hills to the Great Sioux Nation. Whereas the OGLALA Sioux Tribe adopted its constitution and bylaws by referendum vote on December 14, 1935 in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 USC subsection 5123, and under Article 3 of the OGLALA Sioux Tribe Constitution, the OGLALA Sioux Tribal Council is the governing body of the OGLALA Sioux Tribe. And whereas the OGLALA Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resources Committee is the OGLALA Sioux Tribal Council. And whereas the OGLALA Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resources Committee did meet on the 10th day of August 2020 with a quorum present and to conduct business, and did approve this resolution and did direct it to be forwarded to the OGLALA Sioux Tribal Council for their action. And whereas on the 17th day of July 1985, Senator Bill Bradley from the state of New Jersey did introduce a legislation in the U.S. Congress seeking to return lands in the Black Hills to the Indian nations of the Great Sioux Nation. And whereas in 1985, Bradley Bill's legislation failed to receive support even from the South Dakota congressional delegation, who felt it was a political disaster if they supported the bill. And whereas Senator Bradley was poised to reintroduce the legislation again in 1987, but because of political infighting, Senator Bradley withheld the bill's introduction until the tribes presented a united front. And whereas the OST Land and Natural Resources Committee believes that a renewed effort should be pursued by the tribes of the Great Sioux Nation for the return of federal lands in the Black Hills to the Great Sioux Nation. And whereas the Land and Natural Resources Committee believes that a referendum vote should be conducted upon the Pine Ridge Reservation to judge the Oyate's position in regard to the OGLALA resolution. There's no number there. Sioux Tribe pursuing any return of federal lands in the Black Hills to the Great Sioux Nation. Now therefore be it resolved that the OGLALA Sioux Tribal Council does hereby, based upon the recommendation of the OST Land and Natural Resources, direct that a vote be held upon the Pine Ridge Reservation during the 2020 OST election, requesting the tribal members' position on pursuing the return of federal lands in the Black Hills to the tribes of the Great Sioux Nation. Be it further resolved that the OST Election Commission should hold a referendum vote from the members of the OGLALA Sioux Tribe with the following language on a ballot issued by the OST Election Commission. Should the OGLALA Sioux Tribe pursue with the support of the other tribes of the Great Sioux Nation through all legal means the return of 1,300,000 acres of federal lands in the Black Hills to the tribes as a Great Sioux Nation? Yes, you can vote yes or no. Be it further resolved that if the referendum vote results with the yes vote prevailing, then the president of the OGLALA Sioux Tribe and the chairpersons of the standing committees of the OGLALA Sioux Tribe are appointed to a committee which is delegated the authority to contact the tribes of the Great Sioux Nation to draft a policy pursuing the return of federal lands to the Black Hills return. Be it further resolved that the referendum vote shall have no bearing on the fields held by the U.S. government in regards to the Black Hills land claims as awarded by the U.S. Supreme Court in 1980. And it is still the OGLALA Sioux Tribe's position that the Black Hills are not for sale. Be it further resolved that the president or vice president, in the absence of the president, is directed to sign this resolution, and the secretary of the OGLALA Sioux Tribe is directed to forward a copy of this resolution to the OST Election Commission in order that they might comply with the tribal council's directive. Certification.
Motion to table.
Second.
Table.
I'm gonna second that and request that the Black Hills Sioux Nation and the Gray Eagle and the other tribes be informed, and they need to sit down and do a whole discussion on this issue. We always did that. Every time this issue, it was always a discussion with other entities that have some authority in this Black Hills. So I think to table and send it back out to the public, to the people, and have them look at it. I think it's too late for a secretarial election on it. And the other Sioux tribes are named. So the tribes should all come to consensus. So I'm gonna second Cora's tabling motion.
Mr. Meeks.
I just got one question. If we're going after federal lands, why aren't we going after the federal lands all west of the Missouri River? You know, it's been 100 years or better. It's about time they turn it back to all the tribes, not just us, all the tribes that are in South Dakota.
Valentina?
Thank you. This was discussion coming out of my district in regards to what is happening with the federal lands currently, and parts of it are being sold off as to lack of wanting to manage those federal lands. And if you recall, according to our treaties, those lands were not to be undisturbed and to be reverted back for our use. However, that hasn't been the case. And with that, what I asked, based upon that history, and that's why Bill Bradley is listed, is based upon that history, it never did go to the people to say, should we move forward on this investment of time and resources to go after those federal lands, and even looking at management of those federal lands. Now, in the research that I've done, there is, since that time that they had taken the land from 1868, in February 22nd, 1897, President Cleveland established the Black Hills Forest Reserve. About 1905, it became the Black Hills National Forest. Bill Bradley wanted to help us to reclaim those federal acres. However, we could not come to a census amongst the tribes in regards to these federal lands because other things came into play, such as rent, such as leases, royalties from the minerals, etc. And so the site got lost of the federal lands. The U.S. Forest Service has been purchasing other lands, private lands, under the Myrtle G. Case Trust. And these funds come from the Land and Water Conservation Fund. The money came from the federal government's about a 56-year-old Land and Water Conservation Fund, which is supported by royalties from the federal gas and lease. Okay? Now, the South Dakota Field Office manages over 274,000 surface acres and around 1.7 million acres of subsurface mineral estate in South Dakota. The majority of the surface acres are located the west of the Missouri in 13 counties. The mineral estates are found in 32 of the 66 counties. Butte County in western South Dakota has the majority of the surface acres with around 145,000 acres. If you recall, Council, in the previous discussions, this was also brought up again in 2008 during the Obama administration. And again, we couldn't come to a consensus. If we get the support from the people and the education that goes out, that we're not trying to sell the Black Hills. Never will we ever give up the Black Hills. It's just going after the federal lands. So I want to squash that rumor. As a result of bringing this up is the federal lands. And with that, we've been dealing with lawsuits for mining, drilling within the federal lands, the permitting process with various agencies. This is a beginning to start looking at what is the future of those federal lands based upon the 1851 Fort Laramie Treaty. And it's to start that discussion and to have real conversations about these federal lands. And with that, Council, that's why we asked just for the people's input. We're not going to take any action until we get the people's input. And again, this was brought from my district to move forward in land committee and asking council to allow the people to have a voice in regards to should we go after those federal lands or not. That's it. That's all this is asking for, is just a referendum vote. Thank you.
You know, just to remind council, the Honeywell Corporation over on the Wild Horse Sanctuary south of Hot Springs returned the OGLALA's 10,000 acres. We have 10,000 acres in the head of Sapa right now. district-wide council of that. That was given to us back in the early 80s. In the early 80s, I was part of establishing Yellow Thunder Camp in the Black Hills. And the U.S. Park Service gave us 800 acres of land. That was under the Footscrow. His leadership took us into the Black Hills. And under the treaty, we started with 2.5 acres. And U.S. Park Service gave us 800 acres back in the Black Hills. So I just want to remind council that we have 10,000 acres right now south of Hot Springs. But we have a tabling motion by Ms. Whitehorse, second by Lydia Bearkiller. So we're going to have a roll call vote on this. Thank you.
Jim Meeks,
Yes.
Dwayne Yellowhawk,
Yes.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
No.
Lydia Bearkiller,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes.
Vincent Tulance,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
No.
Carl Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valerie Janice,
Yes.
Valentine Ammerdanian,
Yeah.
Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
No.
Chancey Wilson,
Yes.
Philip Dickrow,
Yes.
Randy Laisbeth,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald, Nikina Mills,
Yeah.
Robin Tapio,
No.
We have a vote of 12 yes, 6 no, and 1 not voting. Mr. Gibbons?
Thank you, Chair. You know, guys, this opening up that dialogue about land in the Black Hills, it came to our attention that the Forest Service was selling 2 tracts of land outside of Custer, or near Custer, South Dakota, and it's my position, and it always will be, that no lands should be sold if they're in federal, Forest Service, they're a federal agency. Any land that they are discarding or trying to sell should come back to the tribes. That's just my way of thinking. That's common sense. They took it, they need to give it back. If the whole thing about the Bradley thing, yeah, that's all well and good, but I think that all of the tribes in the Great Sioux Nation need to come together and demand that. We need to fight and demand that all federal lands be given back. And I'd sure be willing to talk to the other tribes, help coordinate that. We need to send a solid message. No federal lands are going to be sold. That's my take on it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbons.
11B.
Okay, we're on 11B right now.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. If we could have Jennifer, one of the attorneys, read that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Right here. Resolution of the Tribal Council of the OGLALA Sioux Tribe supporting the Digital Reservations Act. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopted its constitution and bylaws by referendum vote on December 14th, 1935, in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 U.S.C. subsection 5123. And under Article 3 of the Oglala Sioux Tribe Constitution, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resources Committee is a standing committee of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council. And whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resource Committee did meet on the 10th day of August with the quorum present to conduct business and did approve the resolution and did direct that it be forwarded to the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council for their action. And whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe is aware that the U.S. Congresswoman Deb Holland and U.S. Senator Elizabeth Warren did introduce legislation identified as the Digital Reservations Act. And whereas the Digital Reservations Act intent is to end the FCC practice of selling wireless spectrum rights on the lands of Indian tribes and Native Hawaiian organizations, grants ownership, management, and governance of all spectrum to the Indian tribes and the Native Hawaiian organizations, creates an FCC fund to support broadband efforts on such lands, creates an advisory team to provide regulatory technical assistance to the Indian tribes and Native Hawaiian organizations, and creates a data collection program to support the future connectivity efforts upon the Indian tribes and the Native Hawaiian organization lands. And whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resources Committee believes that the Oglala Sioux Tribe should support this important legislation and does request that the South Dakota congressional delegation support this legislation. Now therefore be it resolved that the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council does hereby, based upon the recommendations of the OST Land and Natural Resources, commit full support of the Oglala Sioux Tribe to the proposed legislation, Digital Reservations Act, of U.S. Congresswoman Deb Holland and U.S. Senator Elizabeth Warren. Be it further resolved that the Oglala Sioux Tribe does request the support of the Digital Reservations Act by the South Dakota Congressional Delegation Representatives Johnson, Senator Thune, and Senator Rounds. Be it further resolved that the Secretary of the Oglala Sioux Tribe is requested to forward this resolution of support to the U.S. Congresswoman Deb Holland, South Dakota Congressman Johnson, U.S. Senator Elizabeth Warren, Senator John Thune, and Senator Rounds. Be it further resolved that the President or the Vice President, in the absence of the President, is directed to sign this resolution certification.
Motion.
Second.
Valentina, and seconded by Robin Tapio.
We have a motion by Valentina and second by Ms. Tapio. Roll call.
Jim Meeks? Dwayne Yellowhawk?
Yes.
Garfield Apple?
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons?
Yes.
Lydia Bearkiller? Lydia?
No.
James Cross?
Yes.
Vincent Tulens? Craig Dillon?
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse?
Yes.
Valerie Janice?
Yes.
Valerie Janice? Valentina Mardanian?
Uh-huh.
Ryan Jumping Eagle?
Yes.
Bo Little White Man?
Yes.
Nancy Wilson?
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow?
Yes.
Randy Laisbeth?
Yes.
Richard Greenwald? Richard Greenwald? Akina Mills? Robin Tapio?
Yes.
That all you want.
Ooh.
We have a vote of 15 yes, 1 no, and 3 not voting. Motion carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe there's one more resolution coming out of land.
I'll allow that resolution, but let Becca.
Resolution that just now went forward. You know, we had Joe Red Cloud, we had people at the EDA office that put together the tribe's own authority over this through FCC. And so bringing this forward like this, I think it's good, but I think the tribe should have the authority to make those agreements. And that's where, if it's already ours and if there's a history there, I think that language should be inserted in these documents. Because I know we do have our own from the ground all the way up to the sky, you know. There's no limit on our jurisdiction that we took back in 2000. So I guess the history to this is that language should have been inserted in here, but I guess it's here now, so.
Okay, last minute.
Chancey, you want me to read that one?
Yes, please, if you could. Yeah, you bet. Thanks.
Resolution of the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe directing the Bureau of Indian Affairs Pine Ridge Agency to turn ownership, possession, and title to all cattle panels, portable corrals, all-terrain vehicles, and other equipment that the Bureau of Indian Affairs Pine Ridge Agency has utilized in livestock roundup. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopted its constitution and bylaws by referendum vote on December 14, 1935, in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 U.S.C. subsection 5123. And under Article 3 of the Oglala Sioux Tribe Constitution, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resources Committee is a standing committee of the Tribal Council. And whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resources Committee did meet on the 10th day of August 2020 with the quorum present to conduct business and did approve this resolution and did direct that it be forwarded to the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council for their action. And whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe is concerned with the inaction of the Bureau of Indian Affairs Pine Ridge Agency and preventing trespass livestock upon the Pine Ridge Reservation. As the Oglala Sioux Tribe believes that any equipment in the possession of the Bureau of Indian Affairs that could be used in the roundup of livestock should be turned over to the OST Land Office. And whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe will and does waive any liability that the Bureau of Indian Affairs perceives that all all-terrain vehicles might pose to employees of the Oglala Sioux Tribe's use and possession of all terrain vehicles. Now therefore be it resolved that the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council does hereby, based upon the recommendation of the OST Land and Natural Resources Committee, direct that the Bureau of Indian Affairs Pine Ridge Agency immediately turn over possession, ownership, and title to all livestock equipment, including livestock panels and corrals, all-terrain vehicles, and other equipment that the Bureau of Indian Affairs Pine Ridge Agency possesses and that could be used in the gathering of livestock. Be it further resolved that the President or Vice President in the absence of the President is directed to sign this resolution. Certification.
Comment.
Mr. Meeks, and then I have John Long. Go ahead, Mr. Meeks.
Is because they don't use this stuff, they just sit there? Are they not setting up
Mr. Long?
Me?
Go ahead, John.
Okay, thank you. I had a conversation with Councilman Wilson a few days ago. We have a process in place. You just can't demand property. I mean, there's a process that we have to follow. And I explained that to Mr. Wilson for any government property, whether we're using it or not. And I did inform him that I would be interested in turning over equipment that would not. There's a process. There's got to be a letter by the tribe. There's got to be a contract that it's going to. The land office does not operate under a PL 93-638 contract, so we would not donate it to the land office. If there's going to be a contract that would be donated to, you'd have to find one of the contracts that actually would apply to. And the one I recommended was OSPRA, because it does fit that scope of work for that contract. I have no problem turning these things over, but we have a process that we have to follow to turn these things over. Like I did with the structure fire truck that I gave the tribe a year and a half ago. So I don't have a problem with it, and I don't have a problem with the resolution, but I recommended including a contract number for one of the programs that it's going to apply to, because the tribe has to do a request, which in this case, I think the resolution would suffice, but then there has to be a statement of use that the tribe has to complete saying what it's going to be used for. Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Can they insert that, what he's requesting, President?
We got a motion by Mr. Wilson and second by Valerie Janice. Ms. Berkeley.
So on the resolution, can you insert that, what the superintendent stated, is that which program is gonna assume these and which program is requesting these property that we're asking?
I'll make that. I'll make that amendment that it goes to Parks and Rec instead of the land office, and that a letter accompany it with the vice president's signature with the resolution asking for the equipment.
And then once you folks get it, Chancey, you're welcome to utilize it however you wish.
Mr. Long, I'm still waiting on my team of ox and my seed. CIA for that for quite a while. Thought I'd mention that. Thank you. We're gonna run the.
Jimmy? Wayne Yellowhawk?
Yes.
Barcode Apple?
Yes.
Evans?
Yes.
Lydia Bear Killer?
Yes.
James Cross?
Yes.
Vincent Tulance?
Yes.
Craig Dillon? Cora Whitehorse?
Yes.
Valerie Janice?
Yes.
Valentina Merdanian? Brian Jumping Eagle?
Yes.
Bo Little White Man?
Yes.
Chancey Wilson?
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow?
Yes.
Randy Laisbeck?
Yes.
Richard Greenwald? Nikina Mills? Robin Tapio?
Yes.
We got a vote of 18 yes, 1 not voting. Motion carried.
That's it from the land committee, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Now we're moving on to Law and Order Committee.
Okay. Does the secretary have the ordinance resolution amending Law and Order Code?
We'll have Jennifer read that.
Okay, Jennifer can read that.
Jennifer Berryville.
I'm sorry. Sorry, didn't realize you were talking to me. What would you like me to read?
The Law and Order Code, Chapter 8.
Maybe, excuse Adams could read that. I believe she has that. She drafted it.
Okay, great. Go ahead, Lisa.
Come on. My computer is just acting like a major wingnut today. Stand by. Okay, almost got it. I'm sorry. It's been acting crazy all day. Oh, come on. Okay. This is ordinance amending the Law and Order Code. Got it. Okay. I'm sorry. It's taking forever to load. This computer, I swear to God, I want to throw it out the window. Still waiting. Jeez.
The first one on the agenda.
Still waiting. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. It's just not coming up on my computer. How embarrassing. Still not coming up.
Mr. Vice Chair, maybe we should move on to the next item and come back to that one. She's ready.
Yeah, my computer ever decides to cooperate. Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
We'll go on to item B while we're waiting.
Okay, next item is a ordinance approving the amendments for 1625. Steve,
Jennifer.
you have that information?
Jennifer will read that one.
Oh, Jennifer, you have that one? There you go.
Yes, yes, I have it. Ordinance of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, an unincorporated tribe. Ordinance of the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe amending Ordinance number 16-25, establishing the Oglala Sioux Tribe in-house legal department, Section 3, 5, and 6. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopted its constitution and bylaws by referendum vote on December 14th, 1935, in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 U.S.C. Section 5123. And under Article 3 of the Constitution, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas, pursuant to the Constitution and bylaws of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council exercises legislative powers to enact and promulgate resolutions and ordinances. And whereas Article 4, Section 1B of the Tribal Constitution empowers the Tribal Council to employ legal counsel for the protection and advancement of the rights of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its members. And Article 4, Section 1W empowers the Tribal Council to adopt laws promoting the health and general welfare of the tribe and its members. And whereas the Tribal Council adopted Ordinance number 16-25 on August 30th, 2016, establishing the Oglala Sioux Tribe in-house legal department. And whereas by motion and vote on August 12th, 2020, the Law and Order Committee approved an amendment to Ordinance number 16-25 to make the in-house attorneys employees instead of independent contractors. And whereas the Tribal Council agrees with the foregoing recommendation of the Law and Order Committee and has determined that it is in the best interests of the Oglala Sioux Tribe to adopt amendments to Ordinance number 16-25. Now therefore be it ordained, the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe hereby adopts the following amendments to Ordinance number 16-25. The Legal Department Ordinance with additions in bold underlined text and deletions in bold strike-through text. Section 3, Composition of Legal Department. A, the Legal Department will be comprised of the following personnel subject to budgeted funds available and necessity. 1, at least 3 in-house attorneys. The attorneys may include Junior Associate In-house Attorney, Senior Associate In-house Attorney, and Lead In-house Attorney. E, all personnel of the legal department, other than the attorneys, will be merit employees and subject to hiring and discipline under the currently adopted Tribal Personnel and Policies and Procedures Manual. The attorneys shall be political appointees eligible for all benefits and merit awards made available by the Tribal Council to regular employees of the tribe. Section 5, Qualifications of attorneys. C, the attorneys will have experience as follows. In-house attorney must have a minimum of 2 years of legal experience and must have at least 1 year of legal experience and legal experience or legal coursework specializing in Indian law. 2, Senior Associate In-house Attorney must have a minimum of 5 years of legal experience specializing in Indian law and demonstrable litigation experience. 3, Lead In-house Attorney must have a minimum of 5 years of legal experience specializing in Indian law and demonstrable litigation experience. Section 6, General Requirements and Duties of Attorneys. A, the attorneys will work full-time for the legal department unless they are appointed on a temporary or part-time basis. They may work remotely. However, they are required to attend meetings as assigned and to be in the office for at least 2 other full working days each week. Be it further ordained that this ordinance shall take effect immediately and shall supersede, repeal, and replace all prior inconsistent laws of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. Certification.
Motion.
A motion by Mr. Yellowhawk. And second by Ms. Bearkiller.
No, she has a question.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Bearkiller, I'm sorry.
I would just like to know from the attorney what the intent of this is. Because we did create 1625 and we thought it was operating good. So what's the intent for this amendment?
So the intent is to make the in-house attorneys employees instead of independent contractors.
Second, Chair.
Motion by Mr. Yellowhawk, second by Mr. Green Gibbons. Roll call.
Jim Meeks? Dwayne Yellowhawk?
Yes.
Garfield Apple?
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons?
Yes.
Lydia Killer,
Yes.
James Cross.
Yes.
Also recognize Jackie Sears at 240. Jackie Sears.
Oha.
Vincent Tulance.
Yes.
Craig Dillon.
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse.
Yes.
Valerie Janice.
No.
Valentino Merdanian. Ryan Jumping Eagle. Ryan Jumping Eagle.
Yes.
Bo Little White Man.
Yes.
Nancy Wilson.
No.
Philip Goodcrow. Tina Mills. Robin Tapio.
No.
We have a vote of 16 yes, 3 no, 1 not voting. Motion carried.
Cora.
Ms. Whitehorse?
So now that that's passed, does that mean that we need to advertise? Because now they won't be on contract, they'll be tribal employees, right? And every tribal employee position has to be advertised. So when will they be advertised? So the contract will last until December and they should start advertising in November?
You know, that's a good question. I'm not too clear on that. Maybe one of the attorneys can answer that question. I mean, that's,
good idea.
you know, thank you, because my understanding is that they'll continue on till the contract ends.
Okay.
With the end of December.
So attorneys, can one of you answer that? Will your positions be advertised as a regular tribal employee? And so does that mean that you'll be falling under the salary scale as well?
No, these are political appointees. And the salary for the attorneys is actually set forth in 1625. It's not one of the sections that was amended.
Okay, so as political appointees, then the contracts will be advertised anyway, right? Before December 31st?
I believe that's what Lisa has done for the past however many years the legal department has been in session, is that she advertises starting in the fall, and then the council interviews the applicants, and then they're selected. But as far as the salaries go, that's in a different section of Ordinance 1625. And as you can see, the only portions that were amended here was the portion that it did two things. One, it made the in-house attorneys and it made the in-house attorneys employees rather than independent contractors, but it also added additional section regarding where they may work. They can we work remotely, but they do have to be in the office for at least, and they do have to attend meetings and be in the office for at least 2 other full working days each week. So those are the 2 changes that are different. I imagine that Lisa will continue as she has in the past of advertising for these positions. And as far as salary, it's set forth in a different part of the ordinance. But again, it's going to be up to up to council in the general fund budget, how much they set aside for that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Apple?
Yes, I got a quick question. According to our personnel policy ordinance, aren't all directors supposed to have a degree of some kind? And do they? I'd like to see a report from Michelle on all the programs that fall under that and who's the director. I'd like to see if they have a degree.
That's not even discussed in this.
That would be a question for Michelle when it comes up to her report.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I couldn't hear for a while.
Carter, best you inside here. I think we.
Dwayne just keep talking and talking, so I didn't know.
Okay, now that we took care of that, we can go to number C. It's a motion by Chauncey Wilson, second by Garfield Apple, to combine education health order into the shelter-in-place ordinance and forward to tribal council. I can either refer that to Garfield or Tina.
Chair, may I?
Go ahead.
Thank you. In regards to this motion, I believe Mr. Wilson took that action because that we needed to try to move the educational health order forward so that students would receive the services needed, such as the one-on-one, the IEPs, following through with the IEPs, because it does have impact on the federal and state level of meeting those criterias. The other part is that with the health order, it was reviewed by the CDC. And I believe the chief of staff can speak more into detail in regards to that. And so, you know, we really need to be able to provide these services to our students. And I believe, I can't speak for Mr. Wilson, but that was his motion to include the educational health order as a part of our current shelter in place so that it could provide those services to our students. And with that, it does not include the amended version that didn't make the 2/3 onto council. However, I believe that Chauncey can amend his motion to include the current version of the educational health order. And again, all of these came from discussions and meetings within education with the administrators. And with that, we also have parents who are wanting the floor. So at this time, I would like to give Miss Trudy Ecafee the floor to speak about the current health order that we were hoping to move forward. Trudy, are you on?
No.
Yes, Ryan.
No, real quickly, after Trudy, can you give Lance Christensen Jr. the floor
Sure.
after her?
Sure. Trudy? I don't know if she can hear me, but Ryan, since is she on?
I just now added her back in.
Okay. So Trudy, can you hear? I'm giving you the floor.
Yes, I can. Thank you, Tina. And thank you, council.
I am the mother of Jade Ekafy, who is a sophomore student at Red Cloud Indian School. And as you know, this has put a lot of, without being able to do some of the fall sports and activities, it's been very, very hard on our youth and our children. And some people may think that why, during this pandemic, why would you consider this? For some students, including my daughter, this is this is something she's been working for and with, not just her high school career, but even when she was really young. And so I'd like to just read a letter that my daughter has wrote about this. And with that said, I want to also add a few comments after I read this. She would have read it herself, except she got quite emotional on the educational floor, committee floor, when she did this a few weeks ago. And yeah, it means that much to her. And she's kind of a tough little girl. And she usually doesn't get emotional about things, but she is getting emotional about this. And I know there are some students out there that wish there was a lot of other things going on. I cannot speak directly for them, but this is what my daughter wrote. So thank you, Council, for giving me this time to speak in behalf of my daughter. And I'll try to kind of rush through it just for time's sake. Hello, my name is Jade Ekafy. My Lakota name is Yellow Elk Woman. My mother is Trudy Ekafy, and my father is Lee Ekafy, and my grandfather is Fred Ekafy. I'm from the Wounded Knee District. I'm very lucky to say that I've been running the high school cross country since I was in 7th grade and have placed for the last 3 years. I've also won LNI cross country meet for the last 2 years. I'm very proud of that, and I've gotten to represent Red Cloud School and my tribe these past few years. And she goes on to talk about, just to be brief, she goes on to talk about her teammates who also went last year. They placed 3rd in the regional state meet, cross-country meet, and went to represent Red Cloud and the tribe at Huron, and actually placed one of the highest that Red Cloud has ever placed, and they placed 5th. And then, the disappointment she feels for not being able to participate this fall for her school and her tribe. So she says that she believes that if the council would allow for amendment to the health ordinance to allow for some fall sports, that her and her school her teammates will be very, very strict about what they do and put very minimum to little anybody's safety with this pandemic going on at risk. Red Cloud and the school administration support her and the team to go forward with the cross country this fall. And the state, if you look at the state regulations, the state for cross country and many of the fall sports have a very strict policy in place for social distancing, wearing masks, and all of those things. She goes on to talk about transferring if she has to, which is just breaking her heart if she had to. That's how much cross country and some of these sports mean to these kids. I'm not sure if Lance Christensen, who won state golf for Little Wound last year, his parents are on today, but he's another individual that, wants to represent his school and his tribe, and maybe they'll get a chance to talk as well. The state association, the high school state association, has allowed these kids to briefly to play the sport and then transfer back. But I'm sure most of the kids don't want to do that. They want to be able to represent their school and stay on the reservation. In fact, if they did that, that would be more of a health issue than if they would just be at home and being with their family. So I do know that we cannot always be safe with whatever we do. Her and her teammates in the school feel that they can be definitely safe, that we would even be willing to bus them ourselves if we felt that busing children together would not be safe enough. We're willing to support them in any way we can. And again, I know there's a lot of other things going on with the tribe and with health issues and things like that, but I would like to say that we believe as a family that we can keep her safe and her teammates can keep each other safe. They're even willing to self-quarantine themselves after the meets and test if they need to in case some positives come up at any of the meets. I mean, they're just willing to do just about anything. They have been practicing distantly all summer long in anticipation of being able to have their cross-country team be able to run this year. I know a lot of youth, she goes on to talk about a lot of youth struggling at this time. You know, kids that are all here, can't play volleyball, can't powwow, can't do any of the other school activities. And we hurt kids as well. But we really think as parents and as a school and as a team that we will be able to keep themselves and anything people that they come in contact with. Of course, there's never always all kinds of insurance with that, but these kids are just really needing this at this time. And we hope and pray that the council would consider putting this, amending the shelter in place ordinance to include at least some of these distant fall sports activities. We appreciate your time on the floor. We appreciate all that you're doing, council, to keep us safe, but we ask that you might consider our request. Thank you.
Thank you, Trudy. I'm going to just kind of touch on that. Is students transfer, it's going to impact the numbers in enrollment. And for our tribally chartered schools, that is a 3-year average that they get funding on those enrollment numbers. So if we have those numbers decreasing due to the transfers, then that's going to impact the funding on the schools as well. Just for your information. So I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Lance Christensen.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. This is Lance Christensen Jr. I'm out here in Medicine Root District. I go to Little Wound School. I'm going to be a senior. I just want to thank you guys for letting me on the council meeting, taking the floor. I just want to explain my case to everyone with this upcoming golf season. Last year, I was a 2019 defending state A champion. And that I am the only state champion from Pine Ridge in history in golf. I have a chance to go back to back in the first time in our history, obviously, and only a handful of times has it ever happened in South Dakota history. I have a chance to do that. I want to explain to you that golf is a social distancing sport. And explain to you that we went to North Carolina for the 2020 National High School Golf Tournament. And we went there. We took every precaution. We wore our masks. We did hand sanitizer. We got an Airbnb, stayed away from people. And while being around all the hundreds of golfers that were there, we social distanced the whole time. I did not feel like there was a moment while I was in danger. And then once we came home, we completed our 2-week self-isolation as a family. We went up to Rapid, tested. We all tested negative 7 days in. Then we completed our self-isolation. And now we are all good. And it just proves to you that golf can be a social distancing sport, and you can be safe while doing it, along with cross country and many other things. I'm also asking for the opportunity because have been getting calls from D1 scholarship or D1 schools, and this will be my last chance to get a Division I scholarship because it will be too late after this fall. Along with many other people like Jade and the high-level athletes that are looking to compete for a Division I scholarship and get that education. I know there's so much potential here on the reservation in sports that we're just looking for this opportunity to prove ourselves. Not only am I representing myself in sports, asking for the chance in sports, but I'm also representing Little Wound School, and as a student council president, that I have to ask for the people that are on IEPs in the community that they need that extra help to be face to face within this ordinance. They need that extra help to be face to face. They need, if with a learning disability, the counselors need that confidentiality, not to be over a Zoom meeting, to help with that kind of stuff too. They need to be able to be face to face to talk that stuff out. There's many other factors that play into other than just sports, and we need to take that step. I think we're at a point where we can take that step now and still be safe. And it's being proven time and time again. We're probably not going to be in school the rest of this year. I don't know the answer to that. None of us do. But I know that the community is struggling with all this right now. And if you pass this health ordinance, I know that it can help our reservation. And I just want to thank you for the time. I've been working really hard. I've been really patient, and I thank you guys for doing all that you do to keep us safe. I hope that you make the decision that's best for all of us and take every factor into play. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Christensen. Cindy, Chief of Staff, Ms. Gallego, would you like to give an update in regards to the CDC review of the health order, the educational health order?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. So one of the things that I just wanted to share with council, between the last council meeting that we had and this council meeting, the last council meeting, the first draft of this resolution was tabled. Actually, I don't remember what the term was, what happened with it, but we went back and just to make sure that we were doing this correctly and get any recommendations from what the CDC thought that we needed to do with this ordinance. What would be in the best interest of the students? What would be the safest route to do this? And they came back and they gave us their recommendation. Those recommendations were amended to go into this new amended ordinance that you see before you. At that time, the CDC said that it was very well written. They had shared that with someone over in Atlanta who had looked at it. As with everything that we do in Indian or Native country, we all work together. If somebody has something that's working, somebody has something so that people don't have to reinvent the wheel. When they reviewed this for us, they made their recommendations, we made the changes and different things like that. CDC had come back and asked if we would be willing to share this with other tribal nations across the United States. They felt that it was that well written and it followed the guidelines. Everything with COVID is new. It's new. We're basically making things as we go along. Navajo and other tribal nations have shared with us some of their protocols and how they're addressing things. But this was the first for our native countries, our native tribes on in the United States, and they asked if we would be willing to share that with them. So it has been reviewed. It is
Cindy, you muted yourself.
Sorry. Go ahead. But it has been shared, and I just really encourage, I know that in the document, and Dr. Medanian could share with us more, is that those plans have to be approved. They have to be making sure that our students are safe. There are ways, and we can work with the task force in developing those ways to keep our students safe. And I do understand, and I do advocate for the mental health and the well-being of our young people. You know, this has been dragging on and on. We're going on 8 months now. 8 months now, and we do need to slowly move things back in a safe, productive way. We want to keep our students safe. We want to keep our teachers safe. We want to keep our families safe. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think this ordinance is amending shelter in place to allow activities in school. I think we've been discussed that for quite a while. It's been tabled before and shipped back to the Education Committee to redo it. In a nutshell, what is it changing?
This is Lisa. Jennifer and I worked on these amendments, and the health order is adding that one-on-one individual instructional and counseling services during the time that the regular school is closed shall be permitted as deemed necessary by the school administrator. That provision was added to the health order and approved by Education Committee. This is the latest draft from August 24th. And then on provision 13, no extracurricular athletic activities for the fall 2020 semester, except for golf, cross country practices and workouts. Language was added to say that golf and cross country will be allowed because they are deemed low risk sports. And other sports not included in the ordinance may be permitted by separate tribal council ordinance. And so the school plans for golf, cross country practices and workouts have to contain provisions that were in the old ordinance. I can actually read it now because after my computer crashed, I booted it back up and it's fine, relatively speaking.
Yeah, would you?
Sure. Okay, so this is Ordinance of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and Unincorporated Tribe. Ordinance of the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopting an educational institutions COVID-19 health order for reopening schools. Do you want me to go through all the whereases?
Yes.
Okay. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopted its constitution and bylaws by referendum vote on December 14th, 1935, in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 U.S.C. Section 5123, and under Article 3 of the Constitution, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas, pursuant to the Constitution and bylaws of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council exercises legislative powers to enact and promulgate resolutions and ordinances. And whereas Article 4, Sections 1F, 1K, 1M, and 1W empower the Tribal Council to manage the economic affairs of the tribe, protect and preserve the property of the tribe, adopt laws governing the conduct of persons on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, and adopt laws protecting and promoting the health and general welfare of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its membership respectively. And whereas the Tribal Council adopted resolution number 20-70 affirming President Bear Runner's declaration of a state of emergency on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation due to the novel coronavirus named SARS-CoV-2 and the disease it causes, coronavirus disease 2019 or COVID-19. And whereas in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and risk posed to the health and general welfare of residents of the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, as well as those who live nearby and work on the reservation, the tribe adopted several ordinances, resolutions, and took various actions to address the COVID-19 pandemic, including ordering all schools to switch to distance learning for the last half of the spring 2020 academic year. Whereas there is a need to develop guidelines for educational institutions on the reservation for the 2020 to 2021 academic year, including requirements for reopening. And whereas by motion and vote on August 24th, 2020, the Education Committee approved this education health ordinance and recommended adoption for the 2020 to 2021 academic year. And whereas the foregoing recommendation of the Education Committee and has determined that it is in the best interest of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its members to adopt an educational institution's COVID-19 health order to be effective for the 2020 to 2021 academic year. Now therefore be it ordained that the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe hereby adopts the educational institution COVID-19 health order for reopening schools as follows. Educational institution COVID-19 health order for reopening schools. 1, intent. The intent of this order is to assure that essential educational services continue while slowing the spread of COVID-19 to the maximum extent possible. This order includes guidelines for schools in developing their plans for reopening schools. 2, distance learning requirement for the first quarter of 2020 to 2021. All educational institutions shall conduct distance learning for at least the first quarter of the 2020 to 2021 academic year, including no athletic activities except as permitted by Tribal Council ordinance. However, one-on-one individual instructional and counseling services during that time shall be permitted as deemed necessary by the school administrator. No educational institution shall be required to reopen for in-person activities during the fall 2020 semester. No plan for reopening shall go into effect prior to, and y'all will have to give a date for that. 3, educational institutions order. All educational institutions on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, quote, reservation, end quote, are considered, quote, essential businesses, end quote, for purposes of the Oglala Sioux Tribe's COVID-19 ordinances and resolutions, provided that the requirements set forth herein are met. Number 4, plan required. Institutions on the reservation shall adopt a reopening plan and submit their plan to the Education Committee at least 14 days prior to reopening schools. Each plan must meet the minimum requirements set forth in this health order. An educational institution may follow more stringent guidelines than set forth herein, but may not allow for less stringent requirements. The Education Committee shall review the proposed plans and either approve or deny the plans. A denied plan may be revised and resubmitted for approval. No school shall be permitted to reopen absent an approved plan. Plans may be amended and minimum requirements may change as circumstances warrant. Any changes made by the educational institution must be presented to the Education Committee. Number 5, plan development. Teachers, administrators, and administrative staff should encourage everyone in the school to practice preventive behaviors. These are the most important actions that will support schools' safe reopening and help them stay open. As a team, administrators should implement multiple COVID-19 mitigation strategies, e.g. social distancing, cloth face coverings, hand hygiene, and use of cohorts for both students and staff. Administrators should communicate, educate, and reinforce appropriate hygiene and social distancing practices in ways that are developmentally appropriate for students, teachers, and staff. Integrate COVID-19 mitigation strategies into co-curricular and extracurricular activities, e.g., limiting or canceling participation in activities where social distancing is not feasible. Oversee and supervise the maintenance of healthy environments, e.g., cleaning and disinfecting frequently touched surfaces. Administrators should make decisions that take into account the level of community transmission. Repurpose unused or underutilized school or community spaces to increase classroom space and facilitate social distancing, including outside spaces where feasible. Develop a proactive plan for when a student or staff member tests positive for COVID-19. Develop a plan with CHR to conduct case tracing in the event of a positive case. Educate parents and caregivers on the importance of monitoring for and responding to the symptoms of COVID-19 at home. Develop ongoing communication with CHR to stay updated on COVID-19 transmission and response. Number 6, required plan categories. Each educational institution plan must include a detailed plan for each of the following categories: remote learning, hybrid learning, in-person learning, positive test results, implementation of safety measures, staff travel, and extracurricular activities, athletic and non-athletic. Minimum requirements for plans remote learning. All schools must have a plan for remote learning. This plan should be offered to students who cannot, due to medical reasons, return to in-class instruction. Number 8, minimum requirements for plans hybrid learning. All schools must develop a plan for potential hybrid learning, e.g. staggered schedules, alternating in-class instruction, and online learning, etc. 9, minimum requirements for plans in-person learning. Screening protocols, screening protocols. Educational institutions must develop a policy and screening protocols for all individuals entering the building. Masks and face coverings. Every student shall wear a mask face covering that meets the Centers for Disease Control CDC guidelines. If a student is not able to wear one, a doctor's note will be required. Should the student be unable to wear a mask, they may be deemed to be at high risk for becoming infected and instructed to participate in distance learning until such time as he or she will be deemed able to wear the appropriate protective equipment by a medical professional such as a doctor or nurse. Adults and staff must wear a mask face covering while on school property. Students' mask face covering shall be provided by the school if the students or their family cannot afford to provide them. Students must wear mask face coverings on the bus or any mode of school-related transportation vehicle. Physical distancing. Students must be at a minimum of 6 feet apart from each other at all times. Desks must be spaced a minimum of 6 feet apart. When possible, desks and tables must all face the same direction. When possible, individuals should not face one another. Cafeteria tables must be spaced a minimum of 6 feet apart, and chairs at the cafeteria table should be placed 6 feet apart. Hand hygiene, hand washing, and hand sanitizer. Students and staff are required to exercise hand hygiene upon arrival to school, before eating, before putting on and taking off masks, after using the restroom, and before dismissal. When washing their hands, students and staff must soap and water to wash all surfaces of their hands for at least 20 seconds. Hand sanitizer must be used when washing hands with soap and water is not possible. An appropriate amount of hand sanitizer must be applied to all surfaces of the hands before rubbing hands together for at least 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Hand sanitizer must meet the CDC recommended guidelines. Hand sanitizer must be made available in all areas of the school, including but not limited to the cafeteria, teachers' desks, building entrances, classrooms, offices, and school buses. Shared objects. Restrict or discourage the borrowing or sharing of items. This includes toys, electronics, pencils, books, etc. Isolation space. A space must be available that is separate from the nurse's office for students and staff who present with the symptoms of COVID-19. A transportation plan must be developed for students and staff who present with the symptoms of COVID-19 while in the school. PPE or personal protective equipment training. All schools must train their staff on the proper technique to apply and dispose of personal protective equipment. School-wide cleaning and disinfection. After students leave for the day, the school must be cleaned and sanitized. All surfaces wiped, and if needed, carpets and rugs washed. Transportation. All schools must develop a plan to address transportation concerns. Number 10, minimum requirements for plans, positive test results. All schools must have a plan for positive test results. This plan should include staff, students, and visitors. This should include a way to report the test results to the community health representative, CHR, to initiate contact tracing at a minimum. Number 11, other safety measures for educational institutions for in-person operations. An educational institution shall implement, as applicable, the following social distancing, mitigation, and cleaning protocols. In addition to maintaining any pre-existing cleaning protocols, clean and disinfect high-touch areas routinely in accordance with guidelines issued by the CDC in spaces that are accessible to students and members of the public. Maintain pre-existing cleaning protocols for all other areas of the building. Establish protocols for execution upon discovery that the educational institution has been exposed to a person who is a probable or confirmed case of COVID-19 as recommended by the CDC. Provide sufficient amount of space for staff to have breaks and meals while maintaining a social distance of 6 feet, while arranging seating to have employees facing forward and not across from each other in eating and break settings. Limit persons in employee common areas such as locker or break rooms, dining facilities, training or conference rooms at any one time to the number of employees that can maintain a social distance of 6 feet. Meetings and trainings virtually, i.e. by phone or through the internet. If a meeting must be held in person, limit the meeting to the fewest number of employees possible, not to exceed 10 employees at one time, and maintain a social distance of 6 feet. Provide employees access to regular hand washing with soap, hand sanitizer, and disinfectant wipes, and ensure that common areas, including but not limited to break rooms, locker rooms, dining facilities, restrooms, conference or training rooms, are cleaned on a regular basis, including between any shifts. Provide masks for employees to wear during their time at the business, and make it a mandatory requirement to wear masks while on the work site, except to the extent an employee is using break time to eat or drink, in accordance with the guidance from the OST task force and the CDC. Employers may approve masks obtained or made by employees in accordance with CDC or OST task force guidance. Ensure that the facility has a sufficient number of employees to perform all measures listed effectively and in a manner that ensures the safety of the public and employees. Ensure that the facility has a sufficient number of personnel to control access, maintain order, and enforce social distancing of at least 6 feet. Ensure that notice is provided that non-essential visitors should not enter the premises, and ensure that all employees are made aware of these required procedures. School buildings shall be closed to the public except for parents or guardians. Non-parent or guardian members of the public shall not be permitted in the building except by appointment only. Schools shall limit occupancy to no greater than 50% of the numbers stated on the applicable certificate of occupancy at any given time and mandate social distancing for both students and staff. Require all individuals to wear masks while on premises and deny entry to individuals not wearing masks unless the school is providing medical supplies or food, in which case the school must provide alternative methods of pickup or delivery of such goods. However, individuals who cannot wear a mask due to a medical condition, including children under the age of 2 years per CDC guidance, may enter the premises and are not required to provide documentation of such medical condition. Schedule hand washing breaks for staff and students at least every hour. Number 12, minimum requirements for plans. Staff travel. Each school shall include a safety plan for any staff traveling more than 150 miles to the reservation from a known hotspot or other area with high community spread. Self-quarantines for the CDC recommended amount of time upon arrival. Each school shall also include any other directives or requirements it has on staff travel to and from the reservation. Number 13 is what changed. No extracurricular athletic activities for the fall 2020 semester, except for golf cross-country practices and workouts. No extracurricular athletic activities of any kind, except for golf and cross-country, which are deemed low-risk sports, and practices and workouts shall be permitted for the fall 2020 semester. Other sports not included in this ordinance may be permitted by separate tribal council ordinance. A, plans for golf, cross-country practices and workouts must contain provisions for all of the following: pre-participation exams, facilities cleaning, entrance exit strategies, pre-workout screening, hygiene practices, hydration, food, travel, face coverings, limitation on gatherings, physical activity and athletic equipment, weight rooms, locker rooms and athletic training areas, shower areas, and towel cleaning, time frame to prepare athletes to return to physical activity. B, minimum standards. The following minimum standards are required in each plan. Social distancing shall always apply. No person-to-person contact. Groups of more than 10 are not permitted. Cleaning schedules must require wiping down and sanitization of hard surfaces. We're almost done. Hand washing requirements for individuals before touching any surfaces. Limit groups from gathering at entrances and exits. All coaches and students should be screened daily for signs or symptoms of COVID-19 and responses recorded. Water bottles and food must not be shared. Avoid statewide travel when possible. Facial covering guidelines should be followed. No shared athletic equipment. All athletic equipment, including balls, should be cleaned after each individual use and prior to next workout. Number 14, extracurricular non-athletic activities for the fall 2020 semester permitted on a limited basis. Extracurricular non-athletic activities shall be permitted for the fall 2020 semester on a limited basis if all the following apply. All social distancing requirements for regular classroom activities apply. No student travel outside the campus for such extracurricular activities shall be permitted. No gatherings of more than 10 individuals in an area shall be permitted. If a student involved in such activity tests positive for COVID-19, that extracurricular activity shall be suspended pending resolution of the COVID-19 positive test. Resumption of athletic and non-athletic extracurricular activities. Tribal Council shall adopt an ordinance governing extracurricular activities for the spring 2020 semester. Number 16, hang on. Oh, and spring 2021. That should say spring 2021 semester in item 15, not spring 2020. Graduations and award banquets. The safest option for graduations and award banquets is for everyone to stay at home. However, given the importance of this milestone, graduation ceremonies are permitted to the extent that follow the requirements set forth herein. Minimum requirements. Social distancing shall always apply. No person-to-person contact during any ceremony. Individuals may not hand students their diplomas or any other items or shake graduates' hands. Schools shall provide personal protective equipment to employees for the activity being performed. Persons having high risk factors to contract the virus should stay home. There shall be no refreshments. To prevent areas of congregation and additional areas to monitor, ensure facilities are accessible for persons with disabilities and provide all necessary accommodation for students with special needs. Groups of more than 10 individuals are not permitted. Individuals shall wear facial coverings in public places when interacting in person with others who are not members of their household, except for those exempted due to age or health conditions. Permitted options. The following graduation models are permitted, provided other requirements are met. Virtual ceremonies, pre-recorded videos, gallery drive-through, drive-in, recorded or live stream individualized ceremony at school. Submission of plans. Each school shall submit their proposed graduation plans to the Education Committee at least 14 days prior to the planned graduation events. The Education Committee shall review the proposed plans and either approve or deny the plans. A denied plan may be revised and resubmitted for approval. No graduation events shall occur absent an approved plan. Be it further ordained that the Oglala Sioux Tribe Educational Institution's COVID-19 health order shall remain in effect until it is specifically rescinded and shall not be automatically rescinded if the shelter-in-place ordinance is rescinded or amended. Be it further ordained that this ordinance shall go into effect immediately and shall supersede, repeal, and replace all prior inconsistent laws of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, followed by the certification. Whew, done.
So Attorney Adams, can you just put that in layman's terms in regards to this order does not allow for schools to open up? Is that correct?
Yes, according to what the Education Committee did, they are not allowed to open for 90 days is my recollection. Is that correct, the first quarter?
That is correct.
Yes.
And that even with that, we can also set a date as council as to when we feel that the schools can start looking at opening the doors for seat time following an approval plan. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. That is correct.
So with that, it doesn't allow for high-risk athletics as part of the shelter-in-place code as well as this health order, correct?
That is correct.
So I just wanted to clarify this for the public, is that we are still following the guidelines and looking at the numbers and making sure we're providing the best health and welfare for our students, but at the same time looking at their needs, because we also need counseling, and that counseling is also identified within this educational health order, correct?
Yes.
So with that, you know, this is the amended version based upon the recommendations. And I would like for council, I would like to make the motion to approve to include within the shelter in place the amended educational health order.
Second.
Before we go on, I have John Long, Ryan Jumping Eagle, and Glenn Gibbons. You have the floor, John. Oh. And
I appreciate it. I was hoping Trudy or Mr. Christensen would point out a couple of things. I'm just doing it so kind of educate the folks who probably don't have a real grasp in with respect to cross country and golf. You know, cross country, there's potential to stagger starting time, so you're not running in large groups. With respect to, you know, like Mr. Christensen said, courses have implemented rules with respect to COVID-19, so there's no gathering in the clubhouse. You can't touch the flag. You can't touch the rakes for the bunkers. So, I mean, there's a lot of safety protocols that golf courses throughout the state, I'm sure the U.S., according to USGA, have already implemented across the United States for rules. So I just kind of want to let you guys know. So those are some of the things that are already in place in addition to what you've asked the schools to put in place. Thank you.
Yeah, Ryan Jumping Eagle.
That was one thing, you know, that helped ease my mind about this is Little, you know, in our education committee meeting, Little shared their plan on how they're going to implement the safety precautions for you know, the golf and for the cross country and for the counseling, for everything. So that helped me in making my decision. But you know, especially the counseling portion of this, you know, we're in we recently had some suicides and you know, our kids, you know, like they said, they're hurting for that interaction and they're depressed. So, you know, I think this really helps with the counseling portion of it also. Thank you.
Glenn Gibbons.
Thank you, Chair. You know, wow, the standards set by the CDC and the Education Committee. I want to take some time out here to acknowledge the administrators. We send our children to school and we expect and we demand that they keep our children safe. And they've all said, hey, no in-class stuff. It's online. Low risk stuff has been identified. The administrators, hats off to you guys and the school boards out there looking out for the safety of our children. I appreciate that. It's awesome. You know, some schools are going ahead with classes and there's some big numbers popping up out there. I mean, universities shutting back down. These CDC guidelines that have been put in place and the Education Committee tweaked it. The administrators, they tweaked some, but they're coming together with plans to keep our children safe. And Mr. Jumping Eagle hit on a really good point. You know, we other than the one-on-one and with clarifications with machines to do homework, online, the counseling pieces. Time and time again, we have asked for the administrators of the schools to beef up their counseling programs. And, you know, a lot of them agreed to do that. They're doing different things. They're making things available. And this will help in getting our young people to the schools and having that one-on-one and doing the visiting stuff. So there's a lot of people that have worked hard on this ordinance, and it's just awesome. I'm in full support of it, and I like that the administrators were very open, and they just kept plugging on. And you know, there's some very educated people out there, and if the education committee didn't cover it, they will. I mean, the plans are going to come forward. We want our students to enjoy what they can of an academic school year, and it's just good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you, Chair. That's all I have.
Randy Laidback.
Thank you, Chair. I have a comment on this. After hearing this health order that was just presented, you have to go back to the shelter-in-place ordinance. And the shelter-in-place ordinance was approved by this governing body, the OGLALA Sioux Tribal Council. When this pandemic started, they came together and they approved this for the safety of all the people. So which included on section 8, it says educational institutions. So when you read that section, educational institutions, it says facilitating distance learning or performing essential functions. It does not specifically specify sports. It does not specifically specify sports. It does say, like I'm going to say it again, facilitating distance learning. It goes back to online teaching with the students, teachers, because of the safety. So when you turn on the television and read the newspapers across the United States, schools that have opened, a lot of these schools that have opened, already students and staff have caught this virus and they're quarantined themselves. So that means school is one of the areas that we need to really look into before we start looking into areas such as this right here, this health order. So I'm just reading off of what we council has approved. So that means this health order will be an ordinance if it is passed. But we already have an ordinance, shelter-in-place ordinance. You could only have one ordinance. That means if this health order goes through, that means that rescinds, will rescind the shelter-in-place ordinance, because you cannot have two running side by side. You could only have one ordinance moving forward, because if this health order is approved, you're violating the shelter-in-place ordinance again, which I'm stating, because it does not specifically state sports. All it does is states is distance learning. So that means we need to really read these two ordinances, the draft ordinance and the shelter-in-place ordinance, in order to come up with a good answer. Because we're looking at the future right now, because this virus is still here. And what steps do we need to take to ensure that our students, if we intend to release them back into that school system, who will be responsible? If this health order goes through, we should just push the responsibility back to the schools, each and every school, the school board. So parents, guardians, they can call the school and have an argument with them. because it'll be up to them if they want to open up sports. Like I said, I'm just going off of what this shelter in place, what the tribal council approved. I'm just going off of that one right there. So I'm just trying to explain the best I could as a council representative. So that means we need to be careful on areas like this, how we interpret it and how we should interpret it to ensure the safety and health, welfare of these men, women, and children under the Constitution as well. So these are my comments that I'd like to state. So thank you.
We have Lakina Mills and then Lydia Berkel after that.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. I just wanted to state too, for in this ordinance as well, is so if schools did not believe that they could provide a safe environment for their students and their families, they also don't have to do this. They don't have to submit plans. So I just wanted to state that and clarify that for the record. School boards, schools can make that decision as an administrative, decision. No, this school cannot do this, so we're not going to do this. And and Mr. Laysbad brings up a good point, about schools being sure to communicate that and not point fingers, because that's kind of what played out last month with this ordinance. So I just kind of wanted to state that. So if schools weren't able to do that, they surely don't have to. And the last 2 months and being on education committee, we heard the administrators and we tried to somehow balance all of this input and giving them some guidelines. So I just wanted to state that, but if also the attorney could respond to Mr. Laysbad in regards to the shelter in place and this educational health ordinance. Thank you.
Sure. Councilmember Laysbad, it's Lisa. Hi. Okay, so I think the first thing that the Education Committee would probably want everyone to know is that this is guidance specifically for the schools in developing their plans, okay? It's not the tribe saying, oh, it's okay to do these things, like you said, in apparent violation and conflict with the shelter in place ordinance, okay? It's telling the schools, look, these are the things that the tribal council, at a minimum, wants you to comply with in your plans. And yes, in response to your statement, it should go back on the schools and not on the tribal council. You're absolutely correct. But this lays out minimum, very stringent standards for those plans, which if a school submits a plan for reopening, the law department has been charged with vetting those plans and making sure they comply with the minimum requirements. And there is also, as I understand it, an ordinance amending the shelter in place ordinance that should be on today's agenda as well. I wasn't involved with that. I was involved with this. And there was a lot of confusion regarding why do an ordinance with regard to this particular issue. And the answer is simple. The tribal committee, the education committee, wanted the schools to be the one to figure it out, not the tribe for them. But like you said, to protect the tribal students, whether very young or college age, from potentially being infected with COVID-19, the goal was to say, look, if you want to reopen and you're set on doing this, this is a minimum you have to do to protect our children and our students. Would that be a fair statement, Dr. Medallion?
Yes, that is correct, because we're looking at various school systems from the, very small to very big, and the types of systems. So therefore, just providing guidelines and assistance and helping the schools move forward as they look at this academic year. With the current shelter in place, it does not allow for our schools to be able to provide those one-on-one or providing the assistance that is needed for those younger students when we're talking about preschool, kindergartners who need more of that attention. And with the current shelter in place, it does not allow for it because it specifically says distance learning. So we needed to provide these guidelines for our school systems across the reservation.
So I guess that's my comment.
Yeah.
Was that we did agree to bring amendment that would meet the needs of the children or the students at the schools. So I do support it. I requested this because we wanted to do a one-on-one mobile with our ISEP kids and to monitor and check on the mental, emotional status of the students out there. And our school was going to do a one-on-one mobile to go out to the students' homes, and that's why I supported to try to make this amendment. And they're including those sports that was supposed to go back to the parents anyway. So I guess we just move it. We'll vote on it.
I have Jennifer Barrigo.
Yes, thank you. I just want to point out that as we were developing this health ordinance, there was a draft ordinance amending adopting an amendment to the shelter in place ordinance that goes along with it. And I don't know if it made it onto the agenda. It had been going back and forth amongst the Education Committee and Law and Order Committee, so I don't know if it actually made it, but it's a much shorter document that just amended that one bullet point in Ordinance 20-34, the shelter in place health order. And that is meant to be to go along, and it complements this educational health order. And I'd be happy to read it.
Cora, why do we have Cora next on the list here? Go ahead, Ms. Miners.
Has there been a discussion on the reopening date? There's a blank line on page 2 that says, no plan for reopening shall go into effect prior to blank. Has there been discussion on a date? Has a date been set? Do you think we should insert that in this ordinance before it gets passed?
And then scan it back to us. Can I interject? Signature, so that way they can get paid. Vice Chair?
Go ahead, you have the floor.
Thank you, Cora. The discussion is that we would not open the school doors as per the ordinance after the first quarter. But then there was further discussion about the semester. So with that, we really wanted to have council's input in which they feel comfortable with in moving this forward. And Attorney Bear Eagle's right, that addendum needs to be added because this is an inclusion to the current shelter in place. It's not replacing it, but it's adding to. So with that, Cora, that is what is stated within there. So we in committee have not really identified that date. So I don't know if the Vice Chair, Nakina, do you want to add to that?
Most schools were in agreement with the first quarter. I believe there was one that said in their plan, I think it was written for the semester, I believe. If I can think back to that, but yeah, there wasn't no definite dates discussed. However, there's if you look in there was if they were to consider, then they would come back with a 50-50, 50% of students, 50 bringing them back. But that's what's the guidelines. But yes, no specific date was set.
Okay, well, don't you think a date should be set if it's in the ordinance? I mean, I realize that all the schools have different ends of quarter and ends of their semester, but if we're creating a law for them to have a plan submitted 2 weeks prior to reopening, or we should limit when they can reopen, right? I mean, I'm sure you're aware that most of the schools who have reopened are getting so many positives. Like USD has over 200. I mean, I know they're a college, but still. They've only been open for 2 weeks. So we need to set a date in there. And maybe as the motion maker, you could insert a date before the vote is run.
Well, with that, I would recommend, as per the ordinance, the date, if we look at the calendar after the first 90 days of the school opening, and now the schools are opening at different intervals of time, returning distance learning, let me say that, returning distance learning, primarily starting in September. So that would lead us, with the first 90 days, would take us into September, October, November. So with that, we could say November 30th.
Tina.
Yes, Nikina.
I think this is where we need to get legal input on how we can word it. Because I honestly don't know about putting a specific date in there, just because of the uptake in numbers now and how we as a tribe are going to be able to manage our numbers. As I pray that we're able to keep them low, but we're at 32 active today. So I'm just concerned in how legal can recommend that we put this in there. Maybe somehow saying reopening of schools may be considered by something, but I think we need legal on how that can be, because we don't know how it's going to look in November. We have the flu season coming up then too, so that's my concern.
Well, we have in the ordinance mandatory distance learning, except for the special exceptions, to be included in their plans, okay? So I suppose the first thing you look at is who submits a plan, okay? What are their plans going to say? I've only received 1 or 2 so far to look at. So I think you jump off with that as a starting point, because this ordinance is actually all about the school plans and what's in them. So it says, as Ms. Berrigal wrote in the ordinance, initially, you can adopt more stringent requirements than this. So theoretically, the school could adopt no in-person learning with certain exceptions until, January 1st, January 2nd of 2021. Okay. So in the language that you're referencing, where it has that blank spot for the date, you could put per the school plan. Okay. No plan for reopening shall go into effect prior to the date established in the school plan, something like that, but under no circumstances before the expiration of 90 days from September 1st, 2020, something like that. I'm sure Jennifer Berrigal would like to weigh in on that as well.
Okay, well, the purpose of having that no plan for reopening shall go into effect prior to, that is the cutoff. So nobody can put forward a plan today and say we're gonna reopen, September 30th. we meet all these other requirements, so let us open early. No. So the goal is to say, hey, no, nobody can open any earlier than this date. You'll see it says first quarter. I think quarters are what, around 45 days for a quarter. So I don't know, 90 days would be pretty generous, but it would go much further along than the quarter system. We could say no plan for reopening shall go into effect prior to, you could say November 2nd. You could say December 1st. You can say any number of days, but the goal is just because a school submits a plan, the plan meets the requirements, they're still not permitted to reopen until their plan is approved by the education committee. So you've got multiple layers of approval. It's just not a free-for-all that, hey, we've adopted this, now schools should just reopen. No, that's not the intent, and that's not how it's written. So you still do have that requirement that the education committee receives a plan at least 14 days prior to reopen, and the education committee shall have the authority to approve or deny a plan. So you cannot reopen unless your plan has been approved. So I think that would allow some leeway when we're looking at dates, when we're looking at what the situation looks like in November or later.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment. What are we doing? We've been on this topic for almost 45 minutes now. This should have been all ironed out. When it hits council floor, it's either vote on it or yes or no. Here we're amending and we're talking and this, I don't know. I think we need to move on.
Robin, we have a list of people on here with comments. We have Makina and Dwayne. Makina, did you start?
That was for last time. Sorry.
Dwayne?
Yeah, I agree with you. We should move on and get this thing moved up and down. And I got a question. Jennifer, are you saying that we need to amend the shelter in place before we get this in place?
I'm saying that this was drafted with it in mind that there would be an amendment that does basically the same thing as what this item number 2 has, that highlighted portion about allowing individual one-on-one individual instruction and counseling service. I think that it would be helpful if you did that. I suppose you don't have to, but they were drafted simultaneously with the intent that they both be adopted.
Your recommendation is that we should adopt that also. Is that correct?
I think it would be helpful. It's very short. It's only about 2.5 pages long, and the whereas is very most of it is that preamble.
Okay, I wonder if we can just pass them both or vote on both one at a time. So I wish we go on and rather vote on this one here, then maybe you can read that one next, Jennifer.
So we have the motion on the floor to approve the health education ordinance and to combine it into the shelter in place. That motion is made by Tina Merdanian, seconded by Nakina Mills.
Are you gonna put a date in there?
Tina?
Amend my motion to include the attorney's recommendation, and she stated no sooner than November 2nd. So I'll take that recommendation and amend my motion to include that date in there.
Tina, are you okay with that?
Yes.
Roll call. Jim Meeks?
Yeah. Yes.
Dwayne Yellowhop?
Yes.
Garfield Apple? Glenn Gibbons,
Yes.
Lydia Bear Killer,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes.
Jackie Sears,
Uh-huh.
Vincent Tulance,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Laura Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valerie Janice,
Yes.
Valentina Mardanian, Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man, Bo Little White Man, Chancey Wilson,
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow,
Yes.
Randy Laisbeth,
No.
Richard Greenwald, McKenna Mills, Robin Tapio,
Yes.
Jennifer, this is Garfield. Yes.
McKenna, did you want to vote?
Huh.
Did you get my vote?
Yes, Garfield.
Thank you. I don't know if I'm on or off.
We have 17 yes, 1 no, 0 abstain, 2 not voting. Motion carried.
Thank you, Council.
The next,
Okay, the next will be the, Jennifer, can you read that amendment?
the Law and Order Code, Chapter 8.
I've got it.
No, that, one more on this education, amending the shelter in place, the minor change.
Amending
Jennifer,
the
are you
shelter in
there?
place.
Yes, I can read that. And as I'm reading it, I am going to add an extra whereas to make it clear it's not intended to repeal what you just passed, in case there's some confusion. Ordinance of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, an unincorporated tribe. Ordinance of the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopting an amendment to Ordinance number 20-34, the Shelter-in-Place COVID-19 Health Order, which qualified educational institutions as essential businesses. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopted its constitution and bylaws by referendum vote on December 14, 1935, in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 U.S.C. Section 5123. And under Article 3 of the Constitution, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas, pursuant to the Constitution and bylaws of the Oglala Sioux Tribe, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council exercises legislative powers to enact and promulgate resolutions and ordinances. And whereas Article 4, Sections 1F, 1K, 1M, and 1W empower the Tribal Council to manage the economic affairs of the tribe, protect and preserve the property of the tribe, adopt laws governing the conduct of persons on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, and adopt laws protecting and promoting the health and general welfare of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its membership, respectively. And whereas the Tribal Council adopted Resolution number 20-70 affirming President Bear Runner's declaration of a state of emergency on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation due to the novel coronavirus named SARS-CoV-2 and the disease it causes, coronavirus disease 2019 or COVID-19. And whereas, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and risk posed to the health and general welfare of residents of the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, as well as those who live nearby and work on the reservation, on March 26th, the Tribal Council adopted Ordinance number 20-18, Shelter in Place, in order to help decrease the spread of infection within the boundaries of the reservation, and as amended by Ordinance number 20-29, and later readopted by Ordinance number 20-34, to remain in effect until it is rescinded. And whereas Section 8F of the Shelter-in-Place Ordinance includes educational institutions as an essential business for which travel is allowed under the ordinance. And whereas educational institutions under the Shelter-in-Place Ordinance includes, quote, public and private K through 12 schools, colleges, and universities for purposes of facilitating distance learning or performing essential functions, provided that social distancing of 6 feet per person is maintained to the greatest extent possible. And whereas by motion and vote on August 10th, 2020, the Education Committee recommended an amendment to Ordinance number 20-34 to allow one-on-one educational activities, provided that social distancing is permitted to the greatest extent possible. And whereas the Tribal Council agrees with the foregoing recommendation of the Education Committee and has determined that it is in the best interest of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its members to adopt an amendment to the Shelter-in-Place Ordinance. Now, therefore, be it ordained that the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe hereby adopts the following amendment to Ordinance number 20-34 to include the following. Section 8F, bullet point 13, shall be amended to read as follows. Educational institutions, including public and private K through 12 schools, colleges, and universities, for purposes of facilitating distance learning or performing essential functions, provided that social distancing of 6 feet per person is maintained to the greatest extent possible. Educational institutions are permitted to provide one-on-one individual instructional and counseling services as deemed necessary by the school administrator. Be it further ordained that this ordinance shall go into effect immediately and shall supersede, repeal, and replace all prior inconsistent laws of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And I'm going to suggest an additional be it further ordained. It says, be it further ordained that this ordinance shall not be construed to supersede, repeal, or replace ordinance number blank, whatever the ordinance you just passed was. And instead is intended to be read in conjunction with that ordinance. Certification.
Motion.
Is this doing something like getting rid of the shelter in place? I don't think we even asked the people if they wanted a shelter in place. We just jammed it down their throats. Is it keeping anybody from catching the virus? No. They would catch it anyway. We just jammed it down their throat. Nobody asked them.
Glenn. Glenn Gibbons, I don't know, did anyone second?
Did anybody second Mr. Gibbons' motion?
Yeah, second.
Brian?
We got a second by Brian Jumping Eagle. Roll call. Roll call.
Jim Meeks?
No.
Dwayne Yellowhawk?
Yes.
Garfield Apple?
No.
Glenn Gibbons?
Yes.
Leah Merkeller? Yes. James Cross?
Yes.
Jackie Sears?
Uh-huh.
Nicholas Williams?
Yes.
Craig Gillen?
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse?
Yes.
Valerie Janice?
Yes.
Valentina Merdanian?
Uh-huh.
Brian Jumping Eagle?
Yes.
Bo Little White Man? Chancey Wilson?
No.
Philip Goodcrow,
Yes.
Randy Laisbed, Richard Grunwald, Nikita Mills, Robin Tapio,
We have a vote of 13 yes, 3 no, and 4 not voting. Motion passed.
We got, now that we got them done, we gotta go back to A, ordinance of Oglala Tribe. I think,
Lisa has it.
Lisa has it. Lisa, can you get that? Read that?
Yes, I've got it. And my computer isn't crashing. Okay. This is the ordinance that would amend the Law and Order Code, Chapter 8, with regard to increased statutes of limitation for certain offenses. Ordinance of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. Ordinance of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council, amending the Oglala Sioux Tribe Law and Order Code, Chapter 8, Section 1 to 2, to enlarge the period of time within which a criminal complaint may be filed following the commission of a criminal offense on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. Whereas the Oglala Sioux Tribe adopted its constitution and bylaws by referendum vote on December 14th, 1935, in accordance with Section 16 of the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, 25 U.S.C. Section 5123, and under Article 3 of the Tribal Constitution, the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council is the governing body of the Oglala Sioux Tribe. And whereas Article 4, Section 2W of the Tribal Constitution empowers the Tribal Council, quote, to adopt laws protecting and promoting the health and welfare of the Oglala Sioux Tribe and its membership, end quote. And whereas Article 4, Section 2K of the Tribal Constitution empowers the Tribal Council, quote, to promulgate and enforce ordinances governing the conduct of persons on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation and providing for the maintenance of law and order, end quote. And whereas, in the exercise of these powers, the Tribal Council has enacted laws defining criminal offenses on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, including Criminal Offense Code adopted by Ordinance Number 02- September 4th, 2002, as amended. And whereas, the Tribal Council has also adopted laws governing the prosecution of criminal offenses on the reservation, including the criminal procedures set forth in Chapter 8 of the Oglala Sioux Tribe Law and Order Code of 1996 as amended, and whereas Section 2-1 of Chapter 8 of the Law and Order Code provides that, quote, no prosecution for an offense under this code shall be maintained unless a complaint is filed within 1 year after the commission of the offense, end quote. And whereas the Law and Order Committee of the Tribal Council met on July 22nd, 2020, and recommended an amendment to Section 2-1 of Chapter 8 of the Law and Order Code to enlarge to 3 years the period of time within which a criminal complaint may be filed following the commission of a criminal offense on the reservation. And whereas the Tribal Council finds that this proposed amendment will serve the interests of the tribe and its members by allowing additional time for the investigation and prosecution of criminal offenses on the reservation, now, therefore, be it ordained that the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council hereby amends Section 1-2 of Chapter 8 of the Oglala Sioux Tribe Law and Order Code to read in its entirety as follows. 1-2, time limit for commencing criminal prosecution. No prosecution for an offense under this code shall be maintained unless the complaint is filed within 3 years after the commission of the offense, and which shall be called, quote, major offenses, end quote, subject to the exceptions listed below. Subsection A, the following offenses shall be deemed, quote, minor offenses, end quote, and will remain subject to the 1 year statute of limitations. 1, Chapter 2, Section 204, verbal or written assault, provided that said assault is not acted upon. 2, Chapter 2, Section 225, quote, bastardy, end quote. Only if it's still in the code. 3, Chapter 3, Section 300, quote, attempt, end quote, provided that said attempt did not include a major offense. Chapter 4, Section 405, quote, unofficial misconduct, end quote. 5, Chapter 4, Section 433, disobedience to lawful order of the court, end quote. 6, Chapter 4, Section 440, quote, false alarms, end quote, provided that a major offense is not caused by or part of a major offense such as arson or a crime of violence against a person or persons. 7, Chapter 4, Section 441, doing business without a license. 8, Chapter 5, Section 503 and 503.1, quote, disorderly conduct, end quote, provided that said disorderly conduct is not a lesser included offense of a major offense, such as assault, which results in bodily injury to the victim or involves any act of a sexual nature. 9, Chapter 5, Section 504, harassment, unless said harassment is a lesser included offense of a major offense. 10, Chapter 5, Section 505, public nuisance, end quote, unless such activity results in commission of a major offense. 11, Chapter 5, Section 506, disrupting a public or religious assembly, unless such activity results in commission of a major offense. 12, Chapter 5, Section 513, maintaining a public nuisance, unless such activity results in commission of a major offense. 13, excuse me, Chapter 5, Section 514, operating a public dance hall. 14, Chapter 5, Section 517, littering. 15, Chapter 5, Section 530, failure to send children to school. 16, Chapter 5, Section 536, intoxication. 17, Chapter 5, Section 553, cutting fence. 18, Chapter 5, Section 564, criminal defamation. 19, Chapter 5, Section 571, cutting green timber without a permit. 20, Chapter 5, Section 572, unauthorized leasing. 21, Chapter 5, Section 573, vagrancy. 22, Chapter 6, traffic offenses, unless a traffic offense such as driving while intoxicated results in a major offense involving serious bodily injury or death or property damage of an individual of the tribe, or involves an offense involving domestic violence, whether caused negligently or intentionally. B, the time shall be told for any length of time when the defendant is beyond the jurisdiction of the tribal court, such as when the defendant is in state or federal custody. C, the prosecution of sexual criminal offense shall be commenced, a criminal offense shall be commenced within 10 years after the commission of the offense, provided that where the victim of the crime is under the age of 18 years of age, the time shall not begin to run until after the victim has turned 18 years of age. If a crime has been, D, if a crime has been concealed by its very nature or was not reasonably known to law enforcement, the time shall not begin to run until the first date law enforcement is made aware of the crime. Be it further ordained that this amendment shall take effect immediately and shall apply to all criminal offenses committed after the date of enactment of this ordinance. Certification.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Garfield, second by Tina.
I have a comment.
Okay. What's your comment?
I like to motion to table and send it out to the people since we're changing our law and order code. I think all the other changes to the code went out to the people to have comments and discussion on.
Tabling motion by Valerie, second by Lydia. Yes, Ms. Whitehouse.
Can you add in your tabling motion that it be posted, like, I don't know, in the newspaper or something? And a copy sent out to the CAP offices or posted at the post offices or whatever? That way this information is out to the people.
Yes.
For how long?
For 60 days at least.
Is that okay with the second?
I was gonna ask if, we could have, our law and order chair and, to go to the, radio and read this whole thing and explain the whole thing. Cause it's extending, extending everything from 1 year to 3 years, you know, and everybody will have 3 years to file a complaint that are a criminal thing that happened and not the speedy stuff that's going on in the court. So I think it's really important for the people to be aware of it. So I amended and I asked Law and Order Chair if he's willing to go to the radio and read it and explain it with one of the attorneys, and he agreed. So Val, can you put that in your motion?
Yes.
What's the time frame on that?
60 days to come back.
Okay, I'll do that within 30 days or less than 45 days. Okay. I'll be glad to.
Roll call.
Jim Meeks,
Yes.
Dwayne Yellowhawk,
Yes.
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
Yes.
Lydia Bearkiller,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Vincent Tulance, Craig Gillen,
Yes.
Laura Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valerie Janice,
Yes.
Valentina Merdanian, Brian Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
Chancey Wilson,
Yes.
Philip Nickborough,
Yes.
Randy Laisdad,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald, Nikina Mills,
Yeah.
Robin Tapio,
Yes.
Vincent Tulance. Do you want to vote?
Yes.
A vote of 18 yes, 1 no, 1 not voting. Motion carried.
You got anything on your report?
That's it for Law and Order. Boy, that's a while. Only 3 items. We have got 3 hours on that. Thank you, Vice.
Well, Vice President's report. I've been very active in, I got involved in opposing this XL pipeline. Another thing that I got involved in was about a month ago, Oklahoma got some of their land back that was taken from them, Homestead Act. But the U.S. government returned their land. So what I got my office to get involved with Bennett County of the Homestead Act that was created in Bennett County and land was taken. So I've been working with a couple of our attorneys on that. So I've been involved in a lot, you know, with our treaties, you know, been involved in that for a long time. Still very active in that. And I'm just trying to keep busy and stay busy and stay active and stay committed to a lot of these land theft of our people, of our nation. So I've stayed very active in that. But I thought I'd just share them with you. Other than that, I just want to stay busy in the office there and stay involved with our Constitution and stay involved with council and support a lot that has went on, opposed a lot that I thought shouldn't have went on. So I just wanted to share them few items with council. Thank you.
Motion by Woodsy, second by Cora. Motion by Woodsy, second by Cora to approve your report.
We have a motion by Woody, Vincent Dumas, second by Cora. Roll call.
Jim Meeks,
Yes.
Dwayne Yellowhawk,
Yes.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
Yes.
Lydia Bearkiller, James Cross,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Jackie Sears,
Sorry, I couldn't find my button here.
Vincent Tulance, Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse, yes, Valerie Janice,
Yes.
Valentino Merdanian, Ryan Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Oh Little White Man,
Yes.
Nancy Wilson,
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow,
Yes.
Randy Laisbad,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald, Nikita Mills,
Quick question. This is approval of the VP report?
yes,
No.
Yeah.
Robinson,
No.
We have a vote of 17 yes, 2 no, 1 not voting.
next we have the tribal council minutes, June 8th, August 4th, August 5th, and 11th, 2020.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Cora Whitehorse, seconded by Lydia Bearkiller.
Motion by Cora, second by Lydia. Roll call.
Jim Meeks,
Yes.
Dwayne Yellowhawk,
Yes.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
No.
Lydia Bearkiller,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Vincent Tulance,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
For what are we voting on? I was talking to somebody.
council minutes from June 8th, August 4th, August 5th, and August
You
11th.
bet you. Yes.
Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valerie Janice,
Yes.
Valentina Mardanian,
Uh-huh.
Brian Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man, Bo Little White Man, Chancey Wilson,
Yes.
Philip Goodcroft,
Yes.
Randy Lacebat,
No.
Richard Greenwald, Makina Mills, Robin Tapio,
Yes.
We have a vote of 16 yes, 2 no, 2 not voting. Motion carried.
Next, we have item B, Executive Committee Minutes, August 10th.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Cora, second by Lydia. Roll call.
Jim Eads,
Yes.
Dwayne Yellowhawk,
Yes.
Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
No.
Leah Keller,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes.
Jackie Sears,
Here.
Vincent Tulance,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Laura Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valerie Janice,
Yes.
Valentina Mardanian,
Yeah.
Brian Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man, Chancey Wilson,
No.
Philip Goodcrow,
Yes.
Randy Lacebat,
No.
Richard Greenwald, Makina Mills,
Yeah.
Robin Tapio,
No.
We have a vote of 11 yes, 7 no, 2 not voting. Motion carried. Next on the agenda is the treasurer's report.
Motion to approve.
We have a-
Second.
Second.
We have a motion by Cora,
Craig Dillon,
second by Craig Dillon. Roll call.
Jim Meeks,
Yes.
Dwayne Yellowhawk, Garfield Apple,
Yes.
Glenn Gibbons,
Yes.
Lydia Bearkiller,
Yes.
James Cross,
Yes.
Jackie Sears,
Here.
Vincent Tulance, Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Cora Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valerie Janice,
Yes.
Valentina Mardanian,
Sorry. Here.
Brian Jumping Eagle,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man, Chancey Wilson,
Yes.
Philip Goodcrow,
Yes.
Randy Lacebat,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald, Makina Mills, Robin Tapio,
Yes.
We have a vote of 16 yes, 2 no, 2 not voting. Motion carried.
For the fifth members report.
Fifth members report is next on the agenda.
He's not in his office. See him in his office. I could go check it again. He's not here. He's not here. His office is closed. His office is
His
closed.
office is closed. So apparently he's not here.
IES report.
Oh, I'm sorry. Next on the agenda is Aberdeen Health Service, Pine Ridge Service Unit, their monthly report.
Sarah Jumping Eagle.
And I don't know if everybody's here.
Sarah,
Hi.
go ahead.
I sent my report a while ago. I don't know if you have it, or do you want me to present it?
Yes.
Okay, give me a minute and I will pull it up here.
Not what I have for the ones on the agenda. Okay.
Okay, share screen. Okay, I think, can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I haven't done this on Zoom before, so I'm... And how do I get rid of this? Okay. So I'll just run through this quickly. I don't know how much detail you guys want. These are our total visits here at the Pine Ridge Service Unit, and this includes all of the total visits. We had stayed pretty steady with these are all of our outpatient visits, and then you can see. I don't know how to make this go away. There you go. These are the emergency department visits, and we had a drop. This was probably in March and April, and then we kind of started to creep back up in May, June, and level off there. Can you guys hear me okay? And then these are the clinic visits, and we're bringing those back up, and this would also include the, we had been also trying to promote telehealth visits, but these are mostly in-person visits. Pharmacy visits had stayed pretty steady as well. This includes pediatrics, dental, behavioral health, optometry. Our pediatric visits had dropped off pretty quickly, but we've been bringing those back up. This is from April through current. Dental visits had dropped off, but we've been bringing those back in gradually. We've been requiring initially COVID tests just to keep patients and staff safe, but we've been gradually increasing those, and I think with our next month report, you'll see those coming up as well. We have 2 new dentists as well a new dentist, Dr. Baxter, who just recently started, and then Dr. Mercedes over at Wombly, and 2 new dental assistants at Wombly. So we're excited about that. So we should see these numbers for the dental coming back up as well. Behavioral health and mental health. We just recently hired a new psychiatric nurse practitioner, and we're actually interviewing a psychiatrist. So we're excited about that. But you can see that the visits kind of dropped down. Initially, that was back in April, and they've been gradually coming back up. Optometry visits, that was a big drop. But we've been bringing those back up, and like we did with dental, we've been doing the COVID testing before the visits, just because they have to get pretty close to the person when they do the optometry exams. And we also did just recently have a new optometrist start at both Kyle and at Pine Ridge as well. So we should be seeing those access for patients increasing as well. This is for inpatient. We had a big drop in our inpatient numbers. We did have some big changes with our inpatient staffing, so we're hoping to see some increasing admissions and some acceptance of transfers with that change in staffing. We also recently had the Stanford group come. We had 2 critical care nurses and a respiratory therapist come and review with the staff just the care of the COVID-19 patients, and we're hoping that that will help the staff be more comfortable with the care of the patients. As we all are, we think that some of the staff are just as anybody would have concerns, but just reassuring them about the protocols, the CDC recommendations, our PPE, and we've reviewed that with them. And we actually are hiring more hospitalists as well. Dr. Goodlow has been helping out on inpatient as well, so we're been looking at these numbers pretty closely. And then OB-GYN's been staying pretty steady, and we've actually just recently hired a new OB-GYN doctor, and he's going to start in mid-September. And we recently hired 2 new midwives over at Kyle as well. This one's prescriptions, and that stayed pretty steady. Coding and billing. This is more reflective of the decrease in our visits during COVID, but our coding and billing has been an asset here, and our staff has actually been helping other service units as well. We think with the clinic, as more people have started to come in, just as people had been avoiding coming in with the concerns about COVID, but pediatrics has actually really been picking up, we think, related to the, wanting to get ready for school and people making sure they're updating their vaccine. And then I talked about the Stanford group that came in, and we did a lot of drills. And then we are also ordering more equipment and supplies based on our review with them. We also looked at if we did have a surge come in, how would we set up like a mini ICU? But we want to focus more on how can we keep more of our COVID patients here safely. If they need ICU care, we still intend to send them to a higher level of care when needed. But if we did have a big surge, we want to try to take care of our patients as safe as we can. We have a meeting next week with the University of Minnesota. We're looking at working with them for fellowships with internal medicine and pediatrics, and we're also discussing whether we could have surgical fellows as well, and they're pretty excited about that, so we're going to have that discussion. And then we had already, I think we'd already talked about the fact that we had a lab survey with Joint Commission and that went really well. We had a few minor findings and we've already planned our corrective actions and we'll be submitting that pretty soon. And then we're continuing to do our community drive-through testing. Our positivity rates have been pretty low. And this data is available on the IHS website compared to the other areas. Our area has been relatively low, and especially compared to the states of South Dakota and North Dakota. So that's encouraging, although recently the area of Pennington County and Custer has been picking up after Sturgis. We're continuing to admit COVID-19 patients and monitoring the situation after the Sturgis rally and with the current South Dakota State Fair. We're advertising many COVID positions and it's encouraging. We have a lot of applicants and we're preparing some more positions right now as well to help with the behavioral health, like the ED observers and drivers that we need as well. This is a list of some of the positions that are currently advertised, but we've just been preparing more positions to send out for ED and behavioral health also. We've sent out PSAs about this, but this is for the drive-through testing at Pine Ridge, Wombly, Kyle, and Lick Creek. And then the employee health testing is pretty much always available, but at Pine Ridge, it's also specifically available on Thursday mornings, and then it's available every day at whenever people request it at any of the clinics. And then we're also working specifically with like CPS or the schools are also asking about testing their staff. So we're working with the medical work group and the schools to coordinate that testing. So we don't have a firm plan in place, but we want to work with them to figure out what will work best with our staff and with the schools that will be convenient. And then we're working with our budget to make sure that we're able to get through the end of the year. We're well aware that with our PRC process, we're trying to get through the end of the year, and we know that that's a struggle with our community and having to defer or deny some of the things that people are waiting on referrals for. We do continue to reach out to the area and advise them of those challenges. And we're also having discussions with the governing body related to the loss of revenue during COVID when we had less visits, especially since now we are able to bill more. We also recently initiated the face shields and goggles after the CDC had recommended that as well. These are just some of the challenges we're going through with the recommendations from Joint Commission. Certain areas require that we have to have temperature controlled storage. So we requested an additional building, but we're running into funding challenges. Also, medical records requires specific types of storage as well. So, and then we're requesting additional biomedical equipment, IT equipment, upgrades for cabling. So space is a real challenge, and we're having weekly space meetings so we can look at where we can move people. It's almost like a little chess game. And then with all of our COVID supplies, those take a lot of space as well. Did you have any questions for me? One thing, I did talk with Dolores Puyer today. I know she had requested specifically some behavioral health data, and I did pass that on to headquarters. They're reviewing that request, which is specific to the OGLALA Sioux Tribes declaration of the public health emergency regarding the suicide. And they're reviewing that right now, and I told Ms. Puyer that I would continue to inquire about that on a daily basis till we get an update. There are additional layers of protected health information regarding behavioral health data, so that might take a little bit longer, but I'm hoping to get her the information that she wants or that she's requested on your behalf as soon as possible.
When Gibbons.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple questions, Ms. Jumping Eagle. As far as getting the schools and different institutions kind of beefing up the mental health part of it or the counseling, is IHS adding on more than one psychologist?
We have several positions that are currently advertised, and we actually have submitted a, I don't know if they call it a collaborative agreement or MOU. I've been in works for probably a month now, but I've submitted that to work with all of the schools to be able to work with not only the BIU schools, but the non-BIU schools to offer all services, so that wouldn't be a barrier for us to offer not only dental, behavioral health, telehealth services, and school-based services. I would like to be able to offer school-based services to all of the schools. Right now, it's based on which schools do we have a memorandum of agreement with. So it's a barrier because we only have a MOU or a collaborative agreement with some of the schools. So we're trying to do that with all of the schools on the reservation. And I know there was a separate agreement with some of the schools that had a telehealth program in place, but we're trying to expand it to all of them.
Mm-hmm. How that's good news. That's enlightening news. How are you dealing with your employees? What is your protocol for when they become positive for COVID-19? You have one in place, I'm sure.
Yeah. You're asking what's our protocol if someone's becomes positive?
If one of the staff become positive, what's your protocol? And like Monument Health reported that they had 44 one day, and then the next day, they got lucky and only got to 60 some. But what do we have positive staff, and what is the protocol for when they're acknowledged as positive?
So the staff, they work with employee health. We have an employee health nurse, and so they have to report to the nurse, and then they coordinate their care through the employee health nurse, and then they're directed to they're not directed, but they work with the nurse, and then they basically go home and they're on quarantine for their specific period of time, and then they have to get cleared through the nurse. But we have pretty specific requirements as far as employee health is separated. So for example, a supervisor doesn't have direct knowledge of that. It has to go through the employee health process. The supervisor is aware, but they might not have all the medical information. That goes through employee health. But we have that protocol. Employee health coordinates that with them, and then they'll follow that process and tell them when they can return to work or not. It's pretty straightforward.
Thank you, Dr. Jumping Eagle.
Yeah, no problem.
Hang in there.
Thank you. Yeah, that was pretty striking. I saw that in the news with Monument. But I think all of you, because I think all of the work you're doing is protecting all of us. It's protecting our staff as well.
Mr. Vice Chair, I had my hand up. I don't know if I got recognized or not.
I'm sorry, I didn't. recognize you, but go ahead, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Okay, where to begin, Sarah? I guess I'll start off by asking first about when the general public is going to get to start coming back in for appointments. I have had many phone calls on the IPC clinic, which I am a part of. And since March, I know that this COVID thing hit. Everybody's asking about Dr. Brandt. I have had 3 or 4 scheduled appointments with him, only to go up there and be told that he's not there. Now we're going on the fourth or fifth month, and Dr. Brandt's still not there. I got a call on him this morning again, Sarah. This really needs to be addressed. You know, Dr. Brandt has the improved patient care, and that came into existence about 10 years ago in IHS because it was for these people that were high risk and had compromised immune system, compromised health problems. Well, they were all under Dr. Brandt and IPC. But now, since COVID hit in March, people are not getting seen. They're going up for appointments and being told that the provider is not there. And so I really have a big concern with that, Sarah. The other thing is I've gone to Mr. Amiot, and I've even gone as far as to go to WIAKI now because I'm not getting my questions answered when I go directly up to IHS because you can't, you know, I want to say the pharmacy is doing an excellent job. I really like what the pharmacy is doing, bringing the medication out to you, and they're on top of things, you know. But we need to do something about the day-to-day operations, the day-to-day appointments, because people need to get in to see the doctor, especially those that were with Dr. Brandt. And I think IHS owes us an explanation as to his where is he and why is he not seeing patients, or why are we not being given another option for a primary care provider, you know? I got canceled again. So finally, when I talked to the young man on the phone, I said, look, just find me another doctor that's there that can see me. Because in the meantime, those of us with these compromised health conditions, we're not getting any better, you know? And there was a reason that we needed to see Dr. Brandt and have that continuity in healthcare, you know? So I got frustrated and I just went ahead and I called WIAKI at IHS headquarters and let him know what's going on in our service unit here, you know? And he told me that there was a transitioning plan to go back. There was a transitioning plan now that is to get people back into appointments, back into the hospitals and things like that. So have you brought that forward? Has that been brought forward to the tribe yet? The other question I have that I get calls and concerns with is your EEO process. Are those complaints being addressed? You know, I was speaking with Mr. Joe Amiot about some of those complaints because the people, your employees, are coming to some of us and with their issues saying, we wrote up this is going on, and it's not being addressed. And I know that the tribe doesn't have any power there to help some of our tribal employees that work there. I mean, they're government employees, but they're still our tribal members with these EEO complaints. But my gosh, you know, we in the real world, it's time to start looking at transitioning back into some of these services. The podiatrist, we need the eye clinic open, and we need these services again. So I implore you today to really start looking at opening the clinic up again and letting people that need to see. I know they said only seeing emergencies, but I don't think people are going to go up there unless it's an emergency, you know? So I'd like to see some improvement in that area. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Tapio, for the feedback. I appreciate it. Really, for Pine Ridge Service Unit, we have never told anyone not to come to the clinic. Our clinic has been open the entire time. We did, implement measures staff and patient safe, such as social distancing and offering like the curbside prescription delivery, those types of things. I can't speak to as why a specific provider may not be in the office, but I appreciate the feedback regarding, offering you an appointment with another provider. And I'll speak with right now I'm in the capacity as the acting CEO, and I'll talk with Dr. Goodlow, the acting clinical director, about that suggestion. So I appreciate that, and we'll get we will send something out regarding those patients who are have been scheduled with that provider. But otherwise, all patients are able to schedule appointments in the clinic. We are not on an emergency only basis. The only appointments that were only on an emergency basis were those that were deemed more of elective type procedures, such as optometry or dental. Those were clinics that were only seeing emergencies for several months, but now those clinics are back up to almost full coverage, but they are being asked to get COVID tests prior to, for example, dental procedures. But everyone is encouraged to come in, and they can either make an appointment or can just come in on a walk-in basis as well. So I apologize that you had that experience, but we will get it taken care of. As far as we have, as I mentioned, hired several new providers, and we are working to improve our customer service in general. We are implementing some changes that, I call them test of change, where we're going to be hiring, we're actually in the process of hiring people, several case managers, care coordinators, and also people for a call center, because we have gotten a lot of complaints about the telephone process. And I've had that frustration myself. And I've also asked people to implement like secret shoppers, what I called, to ask people to call and then give us feedback if they're having difficulty getting a hold of someone or difficulty scheduling an appointment. Those are things that we want to know about, because we're going to give feedback to our staff of how we can improve our customer service. Or maybe there might be days where we're having glitches with the telephone system, and then we need to fix that so people aren't getting frustrated. So those are all things that we're working on. And we have hired several doctors in many of the departments.
I have a question.
Yes.
So, Sarah, I know all the other things were mentioned already, but on the podiatrist, so this individual hasn't gotten an appointment for almost a year, and he's not seeing patients. So is he getting paid for being there every day and not seeing patients, or how is that working? Because I think our limbs are to be considered. They are very important to everybody, and I think waiting for a whole year for an appointment is ridiculous.
We do have a process where we either are sending people to see Dr. Montlow as one of our podiatrists, or we are putting people through the PRC referral process. And we have recently hired another podiatrist. I don't have their start date in front of me, but it should be in the next several weeks.
Hey, thank you.
But I also can't speak about personnel issues.
Okay, so Dr. Sarah then has Dr. Smith officially left then?
I can't talk about personnel issues. I apologize.
Well, that's kind of seems secondary, because we're the patients and we've been patients of these doctors for years, and then all of a sudden now you can't talk about it, and we can't even get a definite answer as to whether or not they're still actively working at our service unit or not. Is that what you're saying? You can't let us know if they're actively...
Dr. Smith is working at our hospital. He's not seeing patients right now.
Well, I think
And
HHS
when
to get,
he is seeing patients, we'll let you know.
Motion to approve her report.
Yellowhawk. Who made that motion?
Lydia.
Oh, motion by Lydia, second by Mr. Yellowhawk and Mr. Goodco. Roll call.
Jim Meeks.
Yeah.
Dwayne Yellowhawk.
Yes.
Garfield Apple. Garfield Apple.
Yes.
Glenn Gibbon.
No.
Lydia Bearkiller. James Cross.
Yes.
Jackie Sears.
Oh,
Vincent Tulance.
Yes.
Craig Dillon.
No.
Cora Whitehorse. Valerie Janice.
no.
Mardanian.
Yeah.
Brian Jumping Eagle.
Yes.
Oh, Little White Man. Nancy Wilson.
No.
Philip Goodcrow.
Yes.
Randy Lacebat.
No.
Richard Greenwald. Kiana Mills.
Yeah.
Robin Tapio.
No.
We have a vote of 9 yes, 9 no, 2 not voting. I'm gonna vote no on this. I'm not gonna accept the report.
Wayne has his hand up.
Mr. Yellowhawk.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chairman, I noticed that, people are getting a little tired now. We're gonna have about 2 pages of 2/3 items coming up. I would motion to recess and reconvene tomorrow at 10. Motion.
Second.
Who's second that?
Glenn Gibbons.
Battery's about to die, Chair.
Okay. We got a motion with a second.
Thank you.
Let's bear killer.
Can we, I was gonna put it on record that Steve and the attorneys need to bring that opinion in writing. And, it should be in front of us by 10 o'clock tomorrow.
I agree.
Second.
Just an update. This is Jennifer. Just an update. It is being worked on. We've got quite a bit done. So thank you. We will get that to you tomorrow morning. It may even be earlier than that, but yes, it is being worked on.
Oh, before we run that vote, there was a Boy Scout. He brought these little scarves, and also he brought a bunch of school supplies for the kids here on the Pine Ridge. And he's from Phoenix, Maryland. Troop 818 with the President's office brought this in, this tanker for the school supplies for the kids here on the Pine Ridge. But we'll run the vote now.
This was what time? 10 a.m.
10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Huh? I will, yeah. I'll do it on my letterhead. But they're hiking here on the Pine Ridge anyway, so. Tomorrow morning, Miss Bear Killer, I will be here in the morning.
Bless your heart.
10 o'clock. I'll be here before 10 though. Okay, I guess we'll run the vote.
Jim Meeks,
Yes.
Dwayne Yellowhawk,
Yes.
Glenn Giddens,
Yes.
Lydia Bear Keller, James Cross,
Oh,
Jackie Sears,
Uh-huh.
Vincent Tulance,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Laura Whitehorse,
Yes.
Valerie Janice,
Yeah.
Valentino Merdanian,
Uh-huh.
Ryan Jumping Eagle,
No.
Bo Chancey Wilson,
I'll be here in the morning. Jim. I'll
Philip
be here.
Goodcrow,
Yes.
Randy Lacebat,
Yes.
Richard Greenwald, Nikita Mills,
Yeah.
Robin Tapio.
What is this, to recess?
This till tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Okay, yes.
Okay, we'll see you guys.
We have a vote of 14 yes, 3 no, 3 not voting. All right, Council, thank you, and I can't hear any.
See you all tomorrow at 10 a.m.